Here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Frank Gold. I work at QFM, Aurora TV as a digital content manager. My colleague that is just in the chat is on stream, so he may be able to speak.
Thank you so much for coming. Any other person who is not recognized?
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for coming all the way from UK.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
I was Harrington, Senior Environment Officer at Rwanda State Local Government.
Rua, thank you so much, Rua City. You're welcome. Good morning.
I'm Roman Environment Officer, Okona Professor City.
Thank you so much. I think those are the people we had. I want to thank all of you for coming. Unless someone has something burning before we break off for tea, if you have, based on the presentation that has been made, if it is not there, we shall pray for our tea, and then let's use about 15 to 20 minutes, but 15 would be appropriate so that we don't lose a lot of time. God, Father, let's humble ourselves and pray for the team. Father, thank you for this morning. Thank you for this workshop. Thank you for the leadership. And this time we have tea put before us. Bless it, we take it and have the energy to continue serving your prayers in Jesus' name. Kindly get to this table and grab a cup of tea. For places of convenience, you move, as you face this side, you move to the left behind. There are areas, divided areas for ladies and then for gentlemen. Let's grab and use about 15 minutes and then we get back.
Introductions. My name is Andrew Piano. I am the facilitator for that day today and tomorrow on those chemical regulations. It was interesting hearing what you expect to walk away with. I am sure all your expectations will be met. Time-wise, I think we are doing very well, because it is 10:40. 10:40 we are finishing our tea break, which is good. And so we'll try and keep the time. I'm sure those behind you cannot see this, but this is the best we can do. The circumstances, I hope the PowerPoint presentations are clearer. What are we going to cover after this break and before lunch? The first session will be an overview of the legal and institutional framework for the sound management of chemicals. The second session will elaborate on the scope of these regulations. What is the scope of these regulations? Do they also cover agrochemicals? There was a question earlier on about the relationship with agrochemicals, the pesticides and the rest. So that is going to be covered in the scope and applicability of these regulations. The applicability, as you will see, covers everyone and goes the entire life cycle of the chemical, as we shall see later on. Then we shall cover also exemptions and special provisions, which chemicals exactly are being regulated. There was a question about that. Who is regulated? There was also something about that. And then we can have a discussion before we have a lunch break. If the time is good, if our speed is good, we may go to some of the sessions after the lunch break, but let's see how it goes. And as usual, I normally request the owners of this engagement to share the main document with all the participants. So the main document are the regulations, the national regulations of the sound management of chemicals. I'm sure we are capturing email addresses. You need to have these documents so that, because I may not be able to give you each and every comma, full stop, but you should be able to have a very good basis to go back, read through, and thoroughly understand what is going on. What are these regulations? This one is also not clear, but that is what we have. I'm going to go through just the structure of the regulations. During my presentations, I'll be using PowerPoint presentations where I'm extracting the important information from each of these sections of the regulations. Now, as with all regulations, a regulation has to have a title. So under part 1, you have a title. You have who is touched by these regulations. The application of these regulations, therefore what that a good regulation should also answer. Interpretation has to be in the regulation so that the terms that are in the regulation are properly understood. So interpretation is under number 3. Then under part 2 of the regulation, you have what we call general requirements. These are the principles that underpin what the regulation is talking about. Okay? The first part relates to principles of environmental management. Many of you are already familiar with these, and we shall quickly talk about them. The responsibility. I think there was an issue that was raised about responsibility. The regulation clearly says who is responsible for what. And then, of course, how to manage waste, which is a cross-cutting issue. Then under part 3, part 3 defines what regulations are prohibited, what chemicals are prohibited. Somebody was asking about prohibited chemicals. I think the question was rather, what is the basis for prohibiting those chemicals? Those will be elaborated under part 3. But apart from prohibited chemicals, this regulation also includes a list of what is called restricted chemicals. Meaning for you to deal or handle in them, you need extra special permission from Nema, not the normal permission. This regulation is saying for you to deal with any chemical covered by its scope, you need permission from Nema, what I'll call normal permission. And we shall go through that permission process. You need to get a license. And a license comes with conditions. So that's the normal permission. But there are certain chemicals where you need extra requirements, extra permission from them, because of the nature and the hazards, the dangers they bring to the fore. Then under part 4, the regulation provides for a technical committee on chemicals that is supposed to guide Nema. Because Nema cannot have the entire expertise related to chemicals, there is need for an oversight body that is defined as a technical committee that guides the executive director and the leadership of Nema in how chemicals are managed. And part 5 of this regulation, which will be shared with you on your emails, so don't spend so much time writing. You may not be able to keep up. Under part 5 is how we go about naming chemicals and putting them in specific groupings. Because there's a requirement for you to classify the chemical that you are dealing in. And this classification is aligned to international best practice, as we shall see. So, classification of chemicals, guidance is given them. Registration of chemicals. The starting point to manage chemicals is for NEMA to have a database, a register of all the chemicals in Uganda. Otherwise, NEMA cannot call itself the apex body on environment management. If it doesn't know what chemicals are in Noya, what chemicals are in Ibanda, what chemicals are in Kampala, and the hazards they possess. So NEMA is supposed to have a register of hazardous chemicals. So that is the starting point, as we shall see. So there is a process of registration. And then if you who is dealing in chemicals, you are bringing to a country, into Uganda, a chemical that is not on the register, you need to convince NEMA that that chemical is safe, that you have the ability to manage it properly, that there is no other alternative that is less dangerous to the environment and to the public. So, a register is very important. And under part 5 is where it is provided for how the application to register a chemical is undertaken and other processes. Now, because this is a new regulation, it is only fair that from the beginning, NEMA develops that registration dossier or database itself, so that we have a starting point, and then as we go ahead, if you want to deal in a chemical that is not on that registration database, then you are required to provide the information that is needed to NEMA, so that that database is complete. And part 6 is where we have the issue to do with licensing. So for you to import a chemical, for you to manufacture a chemical, for you to store a chemical, for you to transport a chemical, you need a license. You are importing, you are exporting, you are storing, you are manufacturing, you are formulating, you are repackaging. You need to obtain a license from NEMA, so that NEMA knows who is doing what, where, the risks, etc., etc. So the people in manufacturing, people in academia who are using chemicals, you need a license. Nema will tell you when it will start enforcing this requirement. But part of what needs to be done before enforcement is to engage with the stakeholders like you so that you understand the regulation part. So application of a license, consultation, etc., all of this. Of course, the license will come with conditions. One of the conditions will definitely be you need to submit annual reports to Nema on how you have handled that chemical. The regulation gives you a template for what the annual report will be like. So you don't have to think so much. You just go and fill in that template and submit it to Nema at the end of every 12 months. Some of the chemicals will be terribly dangerous chemicals. So Nema may say, for this one, we need reports from you every 3 months because the risk is very high. But in principle, it is an annual reporting. Someone wanted to know about storage. Part 7 talks about storage, how you should store chemicals, how you should label them. If you are dealing with chemicals, it is you who is responsible for labeling them. Throughout the life cycle, manufacture, transportation, storage, wherever that chemical is, even when it becomes waste, it must be labeled properly. And there is guidance on how to label, how to store, how to package, and how to transport these chemicals. You're going to wait until I finish this part. I'm sure finish. Then part 8 talks about precautions, emergency preparedness, and response. This is largely the responsibility of people who are either manufacturing, storing, repackaging. You must put in place precautionary measures. If the tank that is holding the chemicals gets a leak at 1 a.m. when all of you and the workers are asleep, what have you put in place to ensure that when you come in the morning, that chemical is not flowing along Obote Avenue or into the wetland? What have you done? Have you put in place banding a wall around the tank so that if it leaks, that chemical is contained within that walled area? That is called a banding. So things like that. Okay? Emergency preparedness and response covered, even for when you are going to shut down your manufacturing facility. What procedures have you put in place, even for shutdown? Then, part 9, which is really part 4, but should be part 9, talks about chemical contaminated sites and how to address them. There is a special part if you are moving hazardous chemicals across international boundaries. That one is also covered there. Part 11 is speaking to now articles that contain chemicals. How do you manage them? These batteries we use and throw away. These mobile phones, it gets old. How do you manage it? So articles containing hazardous chemicals, the management of them is covered under them. And then issues to do with public information, awareness, education, exchange of information. And then for Nema, who are responsible for compliance, but also the regulated community need to understand what Nema will be looking for. Is covered under compliance and enforcement. Chemical records are a must. Annual reports are a must. Nema can ask for samples. They don't have to buy them from you. You are supposed to give them the samples for free. And how Nema will undertake the monitoring and inspection. And as with every regulation, so that you who are dealing in chemicals know what may happen if you don't follow the regulation. They define what are penalties. What are penalties under the regulation, offenses and the respective penalties. We shall see what they are. But I can tell you this is a new regulation that is supposed to bring sanity in the management of chemicals. If you are a company, for example, and you create an offense under this regulation, the penalty goes to as much as 1 billion Uganda shillings and or 10 years in prison. So this regulation introduces very, very stiff penalties because we all know how dangerous chemicals can be to human health and the environment. Administrative measures, fines are provided for. If the penalty is not a big penalty, you are a manufacturer using chemicals and you delay to submit your annual report. Because the annual report is expected after the end of the year, the calendar year. So by the 31st of January of the following year, you must have submitted your annual report to Nema. So if by that date you haven't, then that is an offense. But it is not an offense to take you to prison. So Nema has the latitude to give you a fine. So Nema may fine you, say, and the fines are defined in the regulation, maybe 500,000 Uganda shillings, and tell you, within 2 weeks, give us this annual report. If those 2 weeks pass, and you haven't, it may fine you again. By this time, it may fine you 2 million. If those you still don't deliver, it may fine you for the third time, say 5 million. If you still don't deliver, Nema may say, that license, we are suspending it, you must close down your operation. So there is a hierarchy of interventions that Nema may be involved in. And then there are a number of schedules, a schedule that defines currency points. When you are fined in terms of currency points. One currency point is equivalent to 20,000 Uganda shillings. So if they fine you 10 currency points, that is 200,000 Uganda shillings. That is how the legal framework in Uganda is developed. Then under Schedule 2, you have a list of all those chemicals that have been prohibited. So if you want to know the chemicals that have been prohibited in Uganda, you open your regulation, you go to Schedule 2. If you want to know those chemicals that have very high restrictions on them, they are allowed, but with very special permission from Nema, you go to Schedule 3, restricted chemicals. Okay? And then Schedule 4 guides you on how to classify chemicals. Schedule 5 are the forms that you use when you are applying for a license. They are all there. Schedule 6 tells you the fees applicable for various things. If you're applying for a license, you need to pay so much Uganda shillings to Nema. How much to pay? You go to Schedule 6 and you see. Okay? And the rest, I'll talk about them. Maybe Schedule 9. In Schedule 9, this regulation says if you are importing these chemicals that are covered by this regulation, you should only bring them through these entry points. Malaba, Busia, Entebbe Airport, Katuna. There are a few entry points. So if you arrive at Ishasha border with a truck full of chemicals, customs will tell you, the regulation for chemicals says for chemicals, you can only come through if you are coming from the side of DRC to Bondwe. Go to Bondwe, that's where you'll be cleared. So Schedule 9 tells you where you can come into the country with chemicals, so that Nema is able to have staffing there to do the clearance procedures. And then Schedule 10, I told you, is the reporting format. So it's the template that helps you to report. So that is how the regulation is structured. It is going to be sent to each one of you. And as I indicated, it starts with a proper name. This is the name. The National Environment Management of Hazardous Chemicals and Products Containing Hazardous Chemicals Regulations 2024. So this is the name of the chemicals, of the regulation. Okay? And so you will get this regulation. It is quite a number of pages. Application of these regulations, interpretation. They define what a chemical is, what a chemical management facility is, what a currency point is. So after these interpretations, what we sometimes call definitions, then you come to the general requirements. So my slides that I'm going to be presenting, because I thought it was not wise to present the entire regulation. You would fall asleep after 2 hours. I will have slides that speak to each of these. So as they are changing the system here, is there any way we can have these lights on? This one. Okay, as that is being changed. Okay, that has come out very well. I will come to this. No, I'm going to do this now. Here. Okay. Since we are going to start with looking at the legal framework. The overview. We're here. Overview of legal and institutional framework for the sound management of chemicals. I needed you to understand what a regulation is and where it sits in our entire policy framework, because that will answer some of the questions or areas of interest that I had. Now it all starts with the constitution in a country. At the very top, we have the constitution. That is the principal law in Uganda. And And the Constitution has a number of statements. One of the statements in the Constitution is the right to a clean and healthy environment. One statement. So each one of us in Uganda, the Constitution is saying we have a right to a clean and healthy environment. So the people that you send to Parliament, what is the main role of Parliament? To develop laws. And they develop laws based on what the Constitution is saying. So they look at this statement and they are like, we need to develop a law to guarantee that all citizens have this right to a clean and healthy environment. What can compromise a clean and healthy environment? I think the previous speaker from Nema was talking about wetland degradation, air pollution, water pollution, what else? Deforestation. Etc. Okay? So the people in our parliament decide for us to address all these issues, we need a body, an agency that will be responsible for all these areas. We shall call that agency Nema. And so we come up with the Nema Act. So the Nema Act, National Environment Act, not Nema Act. But you understand when I say Nema Act, that the correct name is National Environment Act. It provides for a body called the National Environment Management Authority. How the executive director of that authority will be selected, how who will be on the board of NEMA, how the staff will be recruited, and what the body is responsible for, and how through district liaisons. But it also indicates that environmental management is decentralized. That's why I'm hearing district environment officer, yeah. So the NEMA Act goes ahead to say that the minister responsible for water and environment will be responsible for this act and is given the powers to develop regulations to make sure that this act is implementable. So that is why you have regulations on wetlands. Now, one of the other things that can impact on the right to a clean and healthy environment are if we manage chemicals poorly or not at all. How we handle them, how we store them, how we transport them, how we dispose of them. So the Act also says that regulations for the sound management of chemicals will be developed. So under each Act, therefore, are a number of regulations that operationalize various aspects of the And this is where the regulations on sound management of chemicals fall. Okay? Regulations sometimes do not give enough detail on how to. So, guidelines are normally developed to support regulations. And actually, together with the Ministry of Water and Environment, Nema has developed guidelines on this regulation. I think the next time Nema engages with you, but I would advise them, even as they are sending you the regulation, they can send you these guidelines also. They provide more meat to the regulation on the how to. As a person who is regulated, how do I meet the requirements of this regulation? They also guide Nema. As a Nema inspector, how do I go about inspecting a chemical facility? What are the areas I should focus on? etc. etc. So that is, I wanted us to understand this. At the top we have a constitution. Below each constitution you have an act. That's the principal law. And the act normally would have below it 1 or 2 or 4 or 5 regulations to operationalize various aspects, and then we have the guidelines. Now I come to chemicals. There are many types of chemicals. Maybe if I can ask a question. If we are to group chemicals in big groups or specific sectors, what chemical sectors would we be looking at? Anyone? I heard someone saying yes. Yes. Agrochemicals. Another group? All right. For agrochemicals. For agrochemicals. So if you are to import pesticides or whatever, you go and get the license from Ministry of Agriculture. Because their act, the scope of their act, defines agrochemicals. And there's a definition or interpretation of what are agrochemicals, okay? So that is agriculture. Public health chemicals, it is Ministry of Health. Stroke, NDA. There is an act. Each of these has an act, and this one has regulations as the regulator. NDA. So in their act and their regulations, the scope is defined very clearly. Public health chemicals. Not agro, not industrial. Public health chemicals. So for a long time, up to a year ago maybe, industrial chemicals, there was nobody who was managing them from the center. So this area was very wide open. If you were importing hydrochloric acid or toluene, which is an industrial chemical, you just reach the border, you pay your taxes, you enter. Nema doesn't know, nobody knows where you have gone, whether the chemical is good, how you have disposed of it afterwards, how you store it, its impact on public health. Maybe if you inhale the fumes, ladies will not produce. So no one was handling this. And that is why when they were reviewing the National Environment Act some years ago, that is one of the areas that came out, and the act was strengthened to give Nema the authority to manage these industrial chemicals. So now, It is Nema that is responsible for these industrial chemicals. It has now regulations that we are going to speak about today. It has also brought up guidelines. So basically now, if you are handling industrial chemicals, you need to get a license from Nema. A license is the way Nema is going to control this area. Because it all starts with knowing who is handling this chemical, what chemical it is, what hazards and risks it possesses, and the Nema will require that as it gives you that license, the license conditions are saying you must take care of A, B, C, D. And we shall come and inspect to ensure that you are taking care of A, B, C, D. So that now this area is also well regulated. So I needed you to understand this layout so that when we are speaking today and tomorrow, we are not talking about agrochemicals. Our scope is clear. For this regulation, we are speaking industrial chemicals. Agrochemicals, if there are issues with them, sure, raise the issues. They will be recorded, and the rightful agents will be contacted. But in developing this regulation, there is a requirement for Nema to work together with the other areas, agro and public health, as you will see later. So now I think I can go to my presentation, but as I try to open them up, any questions are welcome. There is a question at the back, if the mic can be taken to the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Kizito Daniel from Ministry of Water and Environment. Are we going to discuss how does this cover naturally occurring chemicals in any category, whether industrial, but they're not going to happen naturally, like venoms, poisons?
No, the scope doesn't extend to naturally occurring chemicals. If they are natural, it is best they stay in that state. The way God put chemicals in the earth, they do not impact us. But when we start extracting them, that is when they impact us. Because God put them there, they are held in oils, they are in certain concentration. But when we start trying to extract them, then they impact us, and that becomes manufacturing. Because you are extracting to create, concentrate it, and then eventually. So that then becomes manufacturing. But the copper that is seated underground in Kasese, these regulations will not regulate that. It is seated there, it has not disturbed people, it only disturbed people when we started extracting it and trying to concentrate it. And then the wastes we released into the game park. And I don't know, the last time I passed there was a big place that was very scorched, dry. So, yes.
So does it mean, like you mentioned, toluene?
Sorry?
Like you mentioned, toluene.
Toluene.
Yes, which is naturally occurring in bulls, dextracose. I can import that in its natural state. If you mentioned nicotine, weed.
Weed.
Yes, I can
Weed.
deal with that in its natural
Weed
state.
spelled how? W-E-E-D.
Yes, but the meaning is there. So in this
Now-
case, that one we are still okay, right?
Yes, now that one would fall under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, because we are talking minerals, and they have their act and regulations. So if you are importing ores and those things you are talking about, they are covered under there. They may cross-reference, but at the stage of importing that ore, it is covered under Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Yes, there's another one here.
Thank you. You mentioned that sometimes regulations don't provide enough, and therefore guidelines are developed. My question is for this our regulation, is it sufficient? Thank you.
No, our regulation is not sufficient. And that is why we have gone ahead to develop guidelines. So the guidelines are already in place. They were developed subsequent to this regulation. And Nema will, I think, engage you on another day on the guidelines. But I was advising Nema that as they are sending you this regulation, there is no harm in also sending the guidelines, because the guidelines are already there.
True.
They have been developed. Okay, last one.
Yes. In 2015, there was a regulation on chemical stockpiling, something chemical prohibition and management.
Okay, continue.
Toxic chemicals. And there is some regulation on stockpiling and oil. Is it under that industrial chemicals? Because I think there's legislation that regulates.
Yes. This is covered under contaminated sites. Under contaminated sites, it is covered under there. But if you are stockpiling, you have them in a store, you also covered under the storage. So you need to get a license. If they are expired, that is now hazardous waste. You also are covered under the hazardous waste regulations, which this regulation cross-references. So yes. So this is talking about the regulatory ecosystem. I hope this thing works. Yes. So what this slide is telling us is that we need chemicals in our day-to-day. By the way, this light can now be switched off, since I'm not using the board there. So we use chemicals in our day-to-day activities, industrial activities. We use them in agriculture, agrochemicals, as we saw, managed by MAIF. We use them in manufacturing. This is the industrial chemicals. And now with the oil coming in Hoima, when we build the refinery, hundreds of industries will come up that is using the raw materials that is coming from. So that is manufacturing. So these regulations are timely. Mining, we talked about it. Healthcare, if it's not public health, chemicals otherwise. Energy, so we use chemicals in each and every area of our lives. We cannot run away from them. We cannot say we'll stop using them. We will not manage. And the reason why they must be managed is on this side, and derives from the statement in the Constitution. The statement in the Constitution that guarantees each of you a right to a clean and healthy environment, but there's another statement in there that requires the state to ensure that all the wananchi are safe. So, human health, environment can and are usually impacted by chemicals if those chemicals are not managed safely. But also, those ones in the industries who are handling these chemicals, they are also impacted. And so there is need for them, these chemicals, to be regulated. So the regulations have been developed to provide for the entire life cycle management of chemicals, right from their production, import, transport, use, up to the time they are put to bed, the safe disposal. Okay? And we are saying, as I indicated, the various acts for all chemicals, the National Environment Act for industrial chemicals, Agricultural Chemicals Act for agrochemicals, Occupational Safety and Health Act for people in the workplace, are the principal domestic laws. These are the main implementers, but also we have signed a number of international agreements, as we shall be seeing later on, that require us to do certain things with respect to certain chemicals. One of the things is to ban certain chemicals, and you will see that most of the chemicals that are in Schedule 1 that lists the banned chemicals are chemicals that are banned under an international instrument, the Stockholm Convention on POPs. We signed up to that instrument, and therefore we must implement all the requirements. So the banned chemicals that we have in Uganda are largely a result of our international obligations. That does not stop, for example, the Ministry of Water and Environment or the Minister responsible for trade to ban additional chemicals if we think those chemicals are not good for us. And then the regulation will talk about the operational mechanisms, as we shall be seeing as we go ahead. Okay? So, this is what I've just been telling you. The National Environment Act and the regulations, they're looking at the environment, the Agriculture Chemicals Control Act is looking at the agricultural sector, occupational safety and health, the workplace, the workers, Toxic Chemicals Prohibition and Control Act. I don't know whether that's the one you are talking about. This one is talking about national security because it is talking about the Chemical Weapons Convention that requires certain chemicals to be banned, but also certain chemicals that can easily be transformed into chemical weapons to be monitored on a very serious level. So that is the chemical weapons. They should have called it the Chemical Weapons Control Act, because that is what it's about, the chemical weapons. But I think they chose the softer name so that you don't get scared. And then we also have the waste management regulations. So this is really just telling us the intersection, how Nema relates to the other bodies that are handling other chemicals. As I was indicating to you, there is a need for that cross-sectoral collaboration. So between Nema, Agriculture, Ministry of Water, and others, UNDS, URA, Human Borders, Ministry of Gender Labor, for the workplace environment issues. These are the international conventions that we have signed as a country. We are party to. The Basel Convention is about transboundary movement of waste and dictates how we import, expose, or dispose of hazardous wastes. The Rotterdam Convention is a convention that requires, if certain hazardous chemicals are being imported, for example, into Uganda, as Uganda we must accept that those chemicals can come before the other country can send them to Uganda. So even at your individual level, if you are a manufacturer who is using certain chemicals that are regulated under the Rotterdam Convention, these are the restricted chemicals. When you are importing them from Israel has to write to Uganda and ask the national authority in Uganda, that's the ministry, they sit under the Ministry of Water and Environment, do you accept these very hazardous chemicals to come to your country? If Uganda says no, they will not come. So before you pay for that shipment, you need to understand the rules under this. Because you may pay your supplier in Israel, but when Israel communicates to Uganda saying, because under this Rotterdam Convention, there has to be prior informed consent. The country receiving has to say, yes, we note that that chemical is hazardous. We note that Mr. Kalure is the one importing it. It is okay. Let them come. So that happens under the Rotterdam Convention. Then the Stockholm Convention is on persistent organic pollutants. And under this international agreement, a number of chemicals have been banned. You cannot use them. We shall see the list in Schedule 2. And then the Minamata Convention, this deals with mercury. And the phase out of the use of mercury. We use mercury in mining. We used to use mercury in thermometers to check if you have fever. We used to use mercury in the teeth when you have a problem with the tooth. It has to be worked on. They put mercury amalgam. So those are not allowed anymore, and there are phase out timelines associated with them. Environmental social impact assessment. And this is one of the documents that you will be asked for before you are given a license. When you are importing, or if you are a manufacturer, you are producing the chemical in Uganda, if you are transporting, if you are storing, if you are handling and using. Now, this handle and use is at industrial level. It doesn't extend to your home. And then, if you are disposing, you will need an environmental social impact assessment report. So before you even apply for that license from Nema for any of these activities related to chemicals, get an environmental social impact assessment report done. It will save you time, okay? So, the regulations have a licensing and registration. I've already spoken a lot about this. They cover classification and labeling. We shall see what the requirements are. Safety data sheets are a must. The old name was material safety data sheets. But now they took away the word material, they are now just referred to as safety data sheets. These are papers. If any of you goes to a pharmacy and you buy any medicine that comes packaged, there is a small paper inside that medicine package that tells you what the medicine is, what the dangers are, what happens if you take an overdose. You shouldn't take that medicine if you are a mother, a young mother, a lactating mother. The same thing with chemicals. Worldwide, any movement of chemical from place A to place B, any storage of chemical, it has to have its own safety data sheet. So you cannot be handling a chemical and not have its safety data sheet. So handlers must physically provide standardized documentation detailing, and these data sheets would give elaboration on the risks that the chemical poses, how to handle the chemical safely, and what happens if there's a problem with the chemical, the emergency response protocols. Now, some of you may be wondering, how and where do I get this safety data sheet? If the one who has given me the chemical has not included it in the package. First of all, once these regulations are being enforced, customs will not clear any chemical if it is not escorted with the respective safety data sheets. But the good thing is that if you go online, you can get these safety data sheets, because it is not new science. So any chemical, you just go online, put the name, hydrochloric acid, safety data sheet, it will bring it for you. Now, if you're a manufacturer, you already have chemicals in your stores. When you go back today, or after this workshop, and you don't have those safety data sheets, go online, and for each of the chemicals, in the search, put in the chemical name and the word safety data sheet. It will bring the safety data sheet, print it, put it in a file. Put that file in the store where those chemicals are. So that when Nema comes, the first thing they will ask, for all the chemicals you have in this store, I want to see the safety data sheet. So you just get the file. Don't keep the file with HR or procurement. No. Keep the file in the store where the chemicals are, because that is where the hazard is. So that anybody who is in that store and something happens, they can quickly go and see. If this jerrycan of chemical has burst, what kind of protection do I need? Okay? And then monitoring and enforcement, there's guidance to Nema on how to do this. I think this one I will pass it. Just stories. This one is also is not saying very much. I've already spoken to this. And this is the last slide. And what we are saying is that effective chemicals management in Uganda is no longer a question of legal design, but of operational execution. So now we are moving away from developing the regulation. We are now going to go, as a country, into enforcement, implementation of the regulation. But with any law, for you to implement it properly, you first have to engage the people who you are going to oversee. And that is what is happening here. Okay? So we have already, as a country, we have the regulation. Okay? And now it is important we now move into implementation. Okay? As I go to the next slide, any questions so far? There's none. Okay. There's none. But you need to advise me on time. Okay, this one.
Thank you, our presenter. Mine is a concern as Gulu District Local Government. Sometimes back we had this program of residue indoor spray. I think it was kind of a project addressing issues of mosquitoes. But after the project, when it came to an end, the organizers actually left with us a lot of things, and we will categorize them as chemicals, all like the buckets, the equipment, the pumps, even some of the chemicals which were not used. But we decided to pack them in a big container. That was way back in, I think, 2017. Up to now, we still have it in our container. But if you move around the container, the smell that come out of the place is really heavy. I wonder now, what can the district local government do? It is as if we are stuck with the chemical, and the disposal is becoming a problem because we cannot just take it anywhere and put it maybe in the forest or somewhere. So I need some guidance on that. Thank you.
That is a very good question. Your first port of call is Nema. I had somebody introducing himself as responsible for this region. So that is your first port of call. These are now categorized as hazardous waste, and they have to be handled in line with the hazardous waste regulations. You are commended for at least securing them so that the people who are looking for things they don't know do not start picking them and taking them home. So that is the first good move. The next is you get in touch with Nema, who will then guide you based on what the hazardous waste regulations say. One of the things Nema would do, I would advise them, is to identify the owner of this hazardous waste. Because it is going to be a cost to dispose of that waste. And your act says for you, okay, they did a good job, they brought the DDT for that residual spray, it killed the mosquitoes, they did not finish their cycle. They are responsible for disposing of what remains. The equipment, any chemicals, and all that is hazardous waste. So Nema will get in touch with them. First of all, I think Nema will first of all decide whether those things are safe enough. But then also we'll get in touch with, if it was Ministry of Health, if it was a project under Ministry of Health where somebody from Denmark brought those things, all that information will be got from Ministry of Health, who are responsible for that program. And then the disposal must be undertaken by Ministry of Health and the people of that project, if it was a project who brought all that equipment. Yeah.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Nema wants to speak here.
Let me give.
Yes, so I just wanted to know, is it unique to only Gulu district or we have other districts? No, she's for the district. Okay. Is it in any other district? Because I know this was a nationwide thing by the ministry, the issue of waste. Because when she's approaching Nema, I don't want her to approach alone, then say Apache approaches, then again Gulu will come, Gulu city, like that. If it's unique to only her, then we handle her as Gulu district. But if the case is the same for other districts and cities where DDT was sprayed, then we can handle it collectively. Because the issue of DDT, it is a persistent pollutant. So even if you leave it for 10, 15, 20 years, it's not going to go. It stays within the environment for some good years. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, any other issue? Yes, there's another one here.
Yeah, I think just on the same subject that Mr. Pruitt tried to elaborate. One time we also had another chemical training regarding the same. And we had that challenge of disposal of expired chemicals. Now my question is, and we were guided, we were told and we were aware that their license as well as waste handlers. And there's a full list. But when you move around the whole of this region, maybe they're just centralized in Kampala, but we have a lot of expired chemicals, and I don't know how they're disposing them. If you move to the industries, the expired chemicals, sometimes the best thing we do, just like what she has said, we stockpile it somewhere. We are willing to pay, but I think maybe as a business, those people look at it as maybe not viable traveling happens. So maybe my advice to Nema is to try to convince these people to decentralize, kind of move to these areas, these regions, so that the services are nearer to us.
Okay, I think Nema has taken that comment.
Not a bit.
Okay, let's move ahead. There's another one.
Somebody has something.
And there will be another one there in the corner.
Yeah, thank you. We have the list of expired chemicals, mainly in secondary school laboratories. Do we have regulations to manage them? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm James Okwala, Meteorology Officer, Data City for the District Environment Officer, Data. The first set of questions were raised. I wanted to raise a question over enforcement. Just like in the field of agriculture, agrochemicals are widespread in the market. The field is handled and with very little attention and care by the users, but also with traders, those who are dealing with agro inputs. And we know the act is there, but we have a big problem with enforcement. A very, very big problem. And my main concern here is that we may have a very good regulation, but with a very weak enforcement, nothing good will still be seen. If we look at the industries, Lira has quite a number of factories that are mainly agro-based. But to access their facilities is a type of war. It is a type of war to access their facilities. And I am sure the environment officers who are here agree with me that it is a type of war to enter these facilities even when you are on your official duty. I would advise Nema to come out with a clear, complete value chain of handling these chemicals, not things which are segmented. It must be a complete value chain, and where need be, create an enforcement unit, just like Nema has the environmental management unit, which is perfectly performing. But can we have a unit that is going to be strictly responsible for these chemicals, where the local government officers are, for lack of words, being undermined by the business, these business people, with their money, they stand anywhere and feel like they're giants. Then it is that unit that should really come into force. It will make this era really a successful era. Otherwise, without an independent unit, I still have a fear that enforcement is going to be a challenge. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm called Ogudu Byron, the Senior Forest Officer for the Lower City. is sitting here as the acting head of natural resources. My concern is we are here concentrating on chemicals imported outside the country. But we also have chemicals that are manufactured locally. For example, if you went to Kakira, one of their byproducts is alcohol, some of which are between 97 to 99%. And these alcohol find their ways in the local markets within and even outside. A case in point is a few years ago in Aro City. They took this alcohol and they diluted it, and it actually killed more than 20 people. That thing was called CT5 alcohol. How does Nema monitor the manufacture and the transportation of such chemicals made within the country? Thank you.
Okay. Very quickly, I'll start with the last one, alcohol locally manufactured. How does Nema monitor and enforce on this one? Through this regulation. This regulation covers all chemicals, be it imported or locally manufactured, and other handling within the value chain, if you are storing, if you are transporting, if you are washing. So the alcohol, what is going to happen now when they start enforcing this regulation is Kakira will have to get a license for the manufacture of this 99% alcohol. And that license will have license conditions. One of the license conditions is to keep records of all that they manufacture and submit these records at the end of every year. These records will not only speak to the volume of alcohol they have manufactured, but who they have sold the alcohol to as well. Now, those who are buying the alcohol, the expectation is that they are either going to store, to use at an industrial level, to repackage, or whatever. They also need a license. So at the end of the day, Nema will do a balance, because they will know what Kakira manufactured in the year, who they gave or sold that alcohol to, so they'll be able to balance and find out those ones who took the alcohol, do they even have a license? Because one of the conditions that Nema can give Kakira is that before you sell to anyone, make sure the person you are selling to has obtained the license also from Nema for the purposes for which it is used. So that's that. The other ones are really Nema operational issues, problems of accessing factories or whatever. Those are Nema operational issues. I'll leave to Nema. Somebody has a list of expired chemicals. Do we have regulations to manage them? Yes. We have these regulations and the waste management regulations. And my guidance is first stop, engage Nema. The good thing, you already have an inventory of what you have. So share this information with Nema. They will guide you on how to go ahead. I don't want Nema to start responding now because we shall not finish what brought us here. Nema operational issues can be discussed maybe after we have finished this regulation. But you have the Nema representative for the region here. So make sure you get him at lunchtime. Maybe he needs to call all of you and the manufacturers and you discuss how you implement other issues. But somebody had something to say about
Yeah.
it. Yes.
Thank you, Andrew. Maybe a quick one to speak to Nema operational issues. All of us who are affiliated to Nema by way of mandates, we are empowered by the law to have access, undenied access to premises as inspectors, as designated inspectors. So that is your power. And by virtue of that, you have legal rights to access. And when denied access, you have the powers to go ahead and prosecute. So these are things we can handle. And it's possible because the law is very clear. When you deny the access, you make reference to the law and we proceed with that. And if you need support with that, liaise with the regional office. And if you need further support, the center will be here to support you further. But these are things that are doable and manageable in line with the law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead because we have fallen slightly behind. It is coming to midday, and we should be discussing this regulation instead of Nema operational issues. But I think this is also an opportunity for you to raise them so that Nema can pick them up. Let us go to session 2, where we are talking about, we have largely defined the scope and applicability, but we shall go a little deeper into this. Some of you were asking who is concerned, touched by this regulation, etc. So let us go to that session 2 very quickly, so that we can have a discussion after that, then we can have lunch in time. So a lot of what is on these coming slides I have already said, especially when I was using the flip chart there, but only to indicate that this regulation, the main, the main thing about it is the human life, protecting the human life and preserving our environment. Because that is what your constitution says. Okay? We have spoken about the regulatory landscape, and we have said these regulations are applicable to industrial chemicals. Okay? The entire life cycle of industrial chemical. So those of you who have expired in a store, these regulations are addressing even those ones that are expired in a store, in a container somewhere. They have reached their end of life. So these regulations are looking at the entire cycle from manufacture to their death. But as we have already seen, we have signed a number of international agreements. And when you sign an international agreement, part of the requirement is you come back home and put it in your domestic law. So what these chemicals regulations do is they are domesticating those international agreements we have signed. The Stockholm Convention on Persistent Pollutants, the Minamata Convention on Mercury, but specifically, if you look at the National Environment Act, apart from saying Nema is responsible for developing regulations for hazardous chemicals, the people who developed this act in Parliament went ahead to name 4 other chemicals, specifically lead, cyanide, arsenic, and polonium. Okay? And then also because we have signed the Basel Convention and the Rotterdam Convention on the prior informed consent, these regulations speak about transboundary movement, entering, leaving, or even transiting. For example, under the Rotterdam Convention, if Rwanda has a shipment of hazardous chemicals that it has bought from Belgium, and those chemicals are being sent to Kigali, and the truck from Mombasa picks the chemicals from the ship and is entering at Malaba and is going to ride the whole journey to Mutukula. As Uganda, we are supposed to say we accept this transit. Those chemicals will not leave Belgium until they have got the response from Uganda, from Kenya, that we allow these chemicals to pass through our country. That is all under the prior informed consent, the Rotterdam Convention. So we had to, because those are just statements in an agreement that is signed. So operationally, how will it be done? That is what the regulations do. They say, okay, fill in this form. Get somebody in the Ministry of Water to sign this form. But what is he signing? He's signing that the chemicals are labeled correctly, that they are not banned chemicals, that whoever is transporting them, they are labeled correctly and knows what to do if there's an accident. So there's a checklist he has to check. So all that is in this regulation. So the regulation operationalizes what we have signed at the international level. And the scope or applicability of these regulations is something I spoke to. It does not cover agricultural chemicals because agricultural chemicals have their own act, 2006. It does not cover chemicals covered under the Atomic Energy and Radiation Act. It does not cover pharmaceutical and drugs. These have their own act under FDA. It does not cover prohibited toxins. This is under the Chemical Weapons Act. It does not cover ozone-depleting substances because all these have their own acts or regulations. So whatever is industrial and is not these is covered by these regulations. So the regulations, as we saw when we were looking through the structure, it's important that they define what is a chemical, what is a hazardous chemical, because these are terms that are used repeatedly. Okay, so those definitions are very, very clear. The difference between just a chemical and a hazardous chemical are very clear. But other definitions are also important, so that when the people are enforcing, they know the boundaries. Okay? What is a chemical management facility? Any facility designated for the import, manufacture, formulation, repackaging. So you cannot say, I am not a manufacturer, me, I am only repackaging. I am getting it from 200 kilogram sack, I am packing in 1 kilogram sackets. So me, I'm not the manufacturer, I'm just repacking. No. The definition covers even you who is repacking. So this is normally made clear in the regulation so that both parties understand. Chemical waste. So anything that is abandoned, madam, it is chemical waste. It was abandoned by those people who came to do their residue spraying. So then it becomes chemical waste and is covered by this. by this regulation and the regulation on hazardous waste management. Okay? Abandoned, discarded, that's the definition of a chemical waste. Now this GHS is a system how we are supposed to label our chemical containers. It is an international system because most of our chemicals we import them anyway. So, chemical manufacturers in Russia use the GHS system for labeling. Chemical manufacturers in the US use the GS system. Chemical manufacturers in the EU, European Union use the GCS. Chemical manufacturers in Brazil, in Argentina, GHS. Chemical manufacturers in South Africa, Timbuktu, they use the GHS. So as Uganda, we are saying, we shall also use the GHS because the rest of the world is using the GHS. And so the GHS is a United Nations system for the classification and labeling of chemicals. And we shall see this regulation give the guidance on how to do it using that system. But as a regulation, we are saying, as Uganda, all our chemicals must be GHS. So that if you are exporting to India, which also uses GHS, they quickly understand, just looking at the picture on the chemical, what hazards it presents. This is the important thing about labeling. Because you label something to tell somebody something about that chemical, to communicate the hazards of that chemical. That is why we label them. So if you see a label like this, the GHS system means this is an explosive. An explosive. So even though the language following that picture is written in Chinese, in Gujarat, in Russian, this label will be the same. And you will know this chemical presents an explosive hazard. If you see this one, who can guess what this one means? It negatively impacts on the environment. The fish is dead, the tree has lost its leaves. So this is a chemical that impacts on the environment. So if there is a spill near a lake or a river, fish are going to die. So this one shows that the chemical is hazardous to the environment, and so you must handle it as such. So that is what the GHS does. It requires that chemicals carry a picture indicating what the hazard is, but also have precautionary statements. Danger, be careful, it is it, we shall see. Now, these are just guiding principles of environmental management. We all know them. Prevent pollution, prevent harm, optimize, use best available technology, substitute, use less hazardous replacement chemicals if they are known and are available and are affordable, and all that kind of thing. So I won't spend so much time here. But the regulation requires that anyone handling chemicals follow those principles, those broad principles, okay? The regulation places absolute responsibility on the person who is importing, manufacturing, distributing, using, storing, repackaging. You must manage your chemicals in accordance with the Act, environmental standards, and the license conditions you are given. In case there is any accident, you are responsible for immediately doing something about it and alerting the authority, which is Nema. But also, there are some specifics with respect to persistent organic pollutants, because we signed that convention. As a manufacturer, as a person who is a transporter, you must take care of your workers. Employees have a strict legal duty to protect. Employers must protect the people they employ. And contractors handling these chemicals, okay? So if you have a manufacturing facility, you must make sure that your workers are aware and trained. So when Nema comes, they will ask, can we see the training record on chemical safety for the workers? Then you pull out the training file. These are certificates even we issued. Then Nema will not stop there. They will talk to the workers to find out how aware are they. So the workers, they find them, zero. Chemical in Ojimanico, do you know how dangerous it is? The man doesn't know. Maybe he's not even wearing gloves and it's a corrosive chemical. Then the awareness is not there. And your license will have all these things. Must undertake awareness and training of staff, must issue protective gear, appropriate protective gear. If the chemical is an inhalation hazard, you have only given the worker gloves, you have not protected the worker. Medical oversight. Workers in your factory are supposed to be tested annually at least. Have a medical report based on the chemicals you are using. And those records must be available. And then equipment. If they are working in a space that doesn't have ventilation and the license says you must install a ventilation system or air conditioning, that equipment must be there. And then the requirement that at the end of the day, you handle your houses, don't leave them like was left for our madam here, disappear after the project. Handle your end of life waste. So the regulations demand strict handling for hazardous waste. Okay? In various ways. So this is really just a summary that the regulations require an entire life cycle approach. The people, those of us who are handling chemicals, we need to know exactly what the law covers and what is excluded. You now already know agrochemicals are not covered here. Pharmaceuticals, public health chemicals, those are under NDA. They are not covered here. Okay? You need to understand the threat and align your operations with with GHS, global harmonized systems for defining. Uphold the principles to prioritize substitution where better alternatives are available, but also to use technology that is up to date. Not use 1970 technology when there is a 1986 technology that will lead to less pollution. protect your workers, and handle the end-of-life waste. So compliance is an active and an ongoing commitment that each of us who is handling waste has to abide by. I will have one more before I open up to questions. I will have one more presentation. So here we shall, this one is now dying. It just needs batteries. It has been warning. So here we shall go a bit deeper and look at prohibitions, restrictions, and oversight by Nema. This thing is getting tired. Okay. Should move now. Okay. So under the regulation, part 3 of the regulation, okay, defines those chemicals that are prohibited, those ones that are restricted and require rigorous oversight. But the same part also provides for a committee within Nema that is responsible for receiving all your license applications, approving them, and guiding the executive director and the rest of Nema on how to enforce these regulations. Too far. Going too far again. Okay. I need to be on the next slide. Yes. So, maybe let me go to, let me see very quickly. If we go to the regulation itself, I want us to go to the schedule that is speaking to the schedule 5, schedule 2, I think is the one I want. Schedule 3. Let's start from schedule 1, okay, the currency point, we know that. Now schedule 2 is the one that has the list of all the prohibited, banned chemicals. Those ones you find under schedule 2. And they have been arranged based on the international instrument that is banning them. But as a country, we don't have to wait for international instruments to ban chemicals. If as Uganda, we decide that a certain chemical must be banned, then under these regulations, the Minister of Water and Environment, who is in charge of this regulation, will issue an instrument, and that chemical, we shall enter it into this schedule 2. So all these are banned chemicals, and these ones are banned under the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants that we signed as a country. So if you are handling any of these, or looking to import them. That is why it's important you get a copy of this so that you can quickly go and see what you can deal with and what you can't. And then part 2 continues with those that are banned under the Minamata Convention on mercury. So if you are importing batteries from China, you check. The first thing you ask your supplier is what is the mercury content in percentage of the battery. If it is more than 2%, there is a problem. Okay? So these are coming from the Minamata Convention, and so the list continues and continues. Schedule 3 are those that are not banned but are highly restricted. You need to convince Nema that there is no safe alternative. This is the only chemical you can use in your process. And if it is the only one, you have the ability to manage it well. These are the ones. Okay? And they also, therefore, include those ones for which prior informed consent is required. So as a country receiving them, we must accept before the exporting country can send them. So these are the chemicals under that schedule. They are very long names. If you were not very good in chemistry, then you will fear these things. And then also certain restricted chemicals for using in the battery process, etc., etc. So I'll go back to the presentation. And what we are saying here is that what is prohibited, you go to Schedule 2. Absolute ban. No one shall import, manufacture, formulate, store, sell, or use these substances. But under Schedule 3, controlled. You need special permission, control access. I think this is what I've said. The absolute ban is because of a number of those international agreements we have signed. And then those ones that require special permission under Schedule 3, okay? And especially due to the prior informed consent procedure that you now understand. This is really saying the same thing about Schedule 3. I'll not spend so much time there. Now, this technical committee that I told you that has been put in place, it is established by the Nema board, and it ensures that this regulation is actually operational and is being operated well. As I told you, licensing, all those things are handled by this technical committee on chemicals management. Okay, its mandate is advisory as well. It advises on issues to do with standardization and classification and labeling, providing advice regarding registration, bans, and even advise which chemicals does Uganda have to ban, prohibitions, restrictions, exemptions, but also advising on health and environmental issues to ensure that public health is protected and the environment is also protected. Who is on this committee? The ED of Nema is the chairperson. And then it brings together technical expertise from other government and the academic sector. This committee has a term of 3 years. So you have people from the ministry responsible for mining, the ministry responsible for agriculture, the ministry responsible for occupational health and safety, the agency responsible for standards, that is UNBS, and then representation from the academia of the university. So those are the people on that committee. During previous engagements with other sectors, there was a strong view that this committee, it would be a good idea if we had people from the private sector. So that is something that has been picked up and is going to be addressed when we review the regulation. I think having private sector representation is very key. Okay? This is the last slide. So, are there any questions? Up till now, it is 12:30. It is 12:30. Let us look at where we are supposed to be. This is what I have covered. I've covered session 1 and session 2. So now we are in the plenary discussion before lunch. Lunch is supposed to be at 1, but since many of you may wish to go early, if it is okay, session 3 can be delivered so that we can end a bit early. It's okay? Yeah, even though we are 15 minutes late for lunch, it's still okay. So Nema, session 3 presenter on the provisions in the regulation that ministries, departments, agencies, but also district local governments must be aware of. I think that is the next presentation. Who is presenting? MCSRPP stands for what?
Maybe what I would like to, maybe we'll have a plenary, then after that.
Yeah, the plenary is open, but the next presenter must be getting ready.
Sure, thank you.
So the plenary means the questions, by the way, even those relating to Nema operations, because if you don't bring it up here, you may never bring it up. I'm not closing the Nema operational issues. But the district environmental officers, how many are here? District environmental officers, hands up. Hands up. What are they doing? You people are now city. Yes, that is what I mean. District stroke city. Now, you environmental officers, you are not employed by Nema. Yes, no. Are you facilitated in any way by Nema? Do they give you a laptop here? Do they give you an overall here? Boots here? They do. Other people say no. You are lucky. You are from where? Good. So, Nema, those are some of the things to motivate the people who are representing you on the ground, who you are not paying salary, but you want them to do that decentralized duty of yours. So Nema, you cannot allow these people to be disgruntled. You have to find a way of facilitating them and making them happy. You may not be able to pay them allowances, but if you wrote a project and said, because now we are going to tenfold growth of our economy, moving it from the 50 billion US to 500 billion, level, these people need to reach those levels, and under this project we are proposing motorcycles. I'm sure you will get even government itself. You link it to PDM and the tenfold growth strategy and the NRI manifesto and say these people have to reach those projects under PDM in a timely manner, offer guidance so that the environment is not. And we are proposing that each one is provided with a motorcycle. Those are very few motorcycles for a government like ours. So things like that. Laptops, tablets, for real-time reporting, so that as Nema, you give them the reporting template. They just put the template on their tablet. The district or city will give them the data. And then, as soon as they enter the information in the template, and they press send, Nema on Ginger Road will receive those reports. No need for paperwork, fax, email. So there are such things that can make that impact on environment management at the lower levels, because that is where the issue is. Nema as itself cannot be everywhere, and that is why the decentralization principle is there. Because the environment is for each one of us, not only for them. Yes, any questions? This is something behind
Thank you very much. Kizito Daniel is my name again. And as we've been discussing exemptions and the scope, who is regulated, you realize you're speaking government to government. I don't know if you have representatives from the industrial community. Okay, that would be very good. But also, the biggest challenge with most of our regulations is the cost of implementation. The will, yes, but the cost. For example, if you tell me from Ministry of Water to register a lab, and I know my service is actually needed, even some of these districts have labs now. Where are they going to get that money? Budget lines are going to take like 2 years to be approved, plus also what we call priorities. I may not prioritize it. Now, the challenge is, as we discuss this, do we have something in our discussions that are going to, or are you going to give us an exemption? For example, Ministry of Water, we have a regional lab. Do we get an exemption to get those? Or do you close the lab because you said you can implement? Now, what happens if you can fail to close the lab? Yet we implement online. So the regulation becomes tricky because of cost of implementation and priorities. I think we should also talk on that.
Thank you. You know, when we travel, we come back with very good stories. Hey, I went to Rwanda, it is so clean, so organized. I was in Geneva, the transport system, all the buses are on time, regular. Good things come at a cost. As Ugandans, we always want to continue prolonging the not so good thing on the premise that it costs a lot. But what is the cost of mishandling chemicals? Do you know the pain of a lady who is looking for a baby and cannot find the baby? Do you know the pain of the couple who get a baby and the baby has one leg and half an arm and one eye? Do you know the pain of the hundreds of people who are at the cancer center in Mulago? Go there and see. 6-year-old, 11-year-old, 17-year-old, 22-year-old. Cancer is killing them. 45 years ago, our parents were not getting this cancer. No. It was other things killing our parents. Go to Molago Cancer Ward now, Cancer Center. The number of people, and where is all this coming from? Poor management of chemicals. So the message the government is saying, enough is enough. It is not going to be simple, but it has to be implemented. Because first, when we see the good things in other countries, we come back saying, why can't Uganda also have these good things? You can't, because you are not enforcing the very good laws that you have. So Rwanda takes all your policies and laws and enforces them. So they have good roads that never get potholes, because there are people there who go and measure the thickness of the tarmac. The president himself used to go, Kagame, physically, say, I have this road before we commission. There's a machine they use to make a cord. Then they take out the cord that shows the thickness. How much of it is actually the tarmac, how much is compacted gravel or whatever. And their roads now last and last, and you see them. But for us here, you make a road within 3 months, the pothole is there. And we keep lamenting. So it's about the tough decisions. This is the regulation. It must be implemented. Otherwise, we are not in tandem with what our constitution is guaranteeing. Somebody smart can actually take government to court based on that statement, that we are not guaranteeing the right to a clean and healthy environment. They can take government to court, because they will enumerate all the laws that are there and say, how have they been implemented? And what are the results on the ground? So I think it is going to be painful for some. As with all regulations, a risk profiling has to be undertaken. There are certain activities that will have to stop until they abide by. There are others where they can say, okay, for you, within the next 1 year, 18 months, you are going to improve like this and like this, so that by this time, you are 100% in line. Expecting everybody to comply overnight 100% is also unrealistic. So, Nema needs to have that outlook and that risk profiling ability as it rolls out this regulation. And even the sectors in which it rolls out this regulation, based on the risk posed by those chemicals that are being handled in that sector. So, yes, that is unfortunately the realistic way forward. There is no shortcut. But unless we go and change our constitution and say, as a nation, we do not guarantee for this area and this area. But if that statement is still in the constitution, the onus is on us, all of us, right from the regulator to us, the implementers.
Yes, thank you, moderator. Mr. Chizito. Yes. Chizito, right? Just remind me the question again. I want to get the answer correct before I leave the room. Just in summary.
And there is a cost to this. For example, like person so there will be a cost involved, which implements to do this whatever the purpose. But there is the will and labor priorities. And then remember that was it may be so sensitive the lab that you will not close it because of the lab. So this policy being defined by its priorities, because you cannot close the lab, because you cannot
Okay, thank you. The lab is not accredited, not so.
it is.
It's not. The regional lab. Oh, okay. I thought, because the last time we were there a month ago, you said it was not accredited. Anyway, what I'm thinking is, you see, when you talk of cost, it comes with planning. Before they built that lab, there should have been a plan for the end. So, you don't have the lab, then you just now say there is no money for. It's true, there could not be money, but you have to get to the people who matter. My assumption is that when they are planning for the lab, they may want to get your views. What do you need in the lab? Or your head of department, what do you need in the lab? There are things that you should do, we should do, you should not do. So these are some of the things we should look at. Okay, we shall need these chemicals. We shall need probably waste handlers in case they are expired and you need to dispose of them. Otherwise, if you don't mention those things, you're going to reach a point, you're handling the chlorides, the aromatics and so on, and you are thinking of how do I dispose of this at that moment, meaning it wasn't planned for. So it would be good if, again, yes, government to government, Nema regulates other government entities on environment issues. So at a certain level, maybe they may say, do not, let's try and not over squeeze the mother ministry and what. But as the moderator rightly said, the cost of inaction is really high. Because when you get terminal cancer, you're not going to say, we needed 20 million to dispose this of. The cancer tablet one is 500,000 shillings per day. So how much is that? So you can't quantify that cost. So anyway, in a nutshell, I'm just saying, whether it's the ministry, whether it is us in industries, or in the universities, the labs and so on, planning is number one. You have the lab, you have your quarterly work plans, and your work plans factor in this. It's why we call all these different stakeholders. At that inception phase of the planning, we talk about it so that they appreciate that hazardous handling of hazardous chemicals is very important. Thank you.
Any other? We'll just have one more presentation before we break for lunch. And it will address issues related to classification and registration of chemicals.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Facilitator, there's some people still having some.
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me.
Yes, thank you. My other concern is about Okay, when you were presenting, you said that doing or carrying out environmental impact assessment is a requirement. But there are these persons, we call them waste handlers at private level. For example, those ones who pick waste from, not wasters, and I would say the chemicals from Achua hydropower plant in Gulu, then they bring them to the city center this side. Normally they come to the district. I don't know whether they just don't know what to do, but they will always come to the district and say, we want clearance. Can you clear us, like the environment officer, you give us a letter. Somewhere, somehow we get stuck on how to handle them. That is one. Then another thing is we also have community members, people with the houses that have asbestos roofs. Normally, when they want to replace their roofs, they just pick those things. Sometimes they just give it to other people who maybe want to construct latrines and all the like. And there are always those ones who are wise enough. They will always come for advice that how do I handle this kind of chemical? Because we know how dangerous it may be to the environment. So I am asking, how do we then guide them on how to handle asbestos wastes? For example, at one time we even had Nacho Hospital. They also wanted that same help. Thank you.
Okay, very quickly, asbestos waste. I actually had an information material on asbestos waste management. I don't know whether I got it from Nema. There was a pamphlet on how to handle asbestos waste. I don't know whether I got it from Nema or was it one of the NGOs that had developed it. But asbestos waste is a hazardous waste. So again, your first stop is Nema. But the little I know about managing asbestos waste is if it is a roof and you want to replace it, then the people who are doing that job have to be approved waste handlers. And those approved waste handlers are governed under the waste management regulations of NEMA. That's why I'm saying your first stop is NEMA. So NEMA knows who they have approved to be waste handlers, hazardous waste handlers. They have that for a list. And the scope, because you cannot be, the scope has to be defined. Are you handling petroleum waste? Are you handling medical infectious waste? And therefore, are you able to handle asbestos? So that is, your first stop is always NEMA. And in this instance, the regulation that governs that, because now it is a hazardous waste, and the hazardous waste management regulations. So at the district level or at the city level, each of you environmental officers must have these documents. All these regulations we are talking about, wetlands regulations, hazardous waste management regulations, you must have them. Because when somebody comes for help, those are the documents you go to. But that is why also NEMA is here at the district to assist you in those issues. So asbestos, that one is really governed under there. But if anyone is removing asbestos, one, the disposal is very clear. You cannot now give it out to other people to use it. They are latrines or that kind of thing. Actually, the most hazardous stage is when you are removing. the asbestos from the roof. Because what is hazardous are the small fibers of asbestos. So when you break the asbestos, those fibers fly in the air, then you breathe in that fiber, and it goes and sits in your lung. That's what is going to cause you breathing problems and eventually lung cancer. So one of the things that must be done is, as they are removing, they must be spraying that asbestos with water, so that those fibers of asbestos do not fly around and people are inhaling them. So people around should also be told to vacate, go away for the rest of the day. So you don't do it on a school when the school children are there, that you are replacing the asbestos at the staff room. So you do it, spray as you spray water, then you park it in Kavela, and one of the disposal methods is to an appropriate landfill. An appropriate landfill where it is buried in that landfill. Kavela, so that those fibers, the thin fibers, do not end up in the water, underground water that we drink and want. But Nema can advise on that one. These waste handlers who come asking for clearance, they need to be given those licenses under the waste management regulations of Nema. So again, Nema should be able to guide them through you on how they can apply for and receive those waste management regulation licenses. That is the clearance that they will need. I think that is that. So let us quickly go through this before lunch. We are going to look at issues to do with the classification and then registration of hazardous chemicals. Yes, sir. Okay. So the starting point, as I told you earlier on, is that Nema must have a register, a database of all chemicals that are accepted for use in Uganda. And therefore, any a person shall not import, manufacture, formulate, repackage, or otherwise deal in hazardous chemicals that is not registered by the authority. So before NEMA starts implementing this regulation, they must do a study of all the existing chemicals in Uganda and come up with a register of all existing chemicals. Not only their names, but also the risks they pose, if possible, their locations, in a school somewhere here, in a hospital somewhere here, in a container georeference somewhere here, in an industry here. That is the register that must be in place and is the starting point. So, if you are applying to import a chemical, the first thing NEMA does is to look at its register. Is it registered as an approved chemical in Uganda? Yes. Then the application can continue. If you apply to import a chemical and that chemical is not on the register, is not on the NEMA database, then NEMA will tell you, wait, you cannot import this chemical. First, give us these details. You are the one who is importing it, you know the chemical. Give us these details, give us the safety data sheet, tell us where you are getting it from, how much, tell us about the dangers of this chemical. Now, issues to do with dangers of this chemical and how to manage accidents that result from this chemical, you can only do that through doing an environmental social impact assessment. So you do that and bring that report to Nema. So Nema looks at it, looks at the Schedule 2 of banned chemicals and says, okay, it is not banned by the country. You have provided enough information telling us about how safe it is, where you're going to be getting it from, what you're going to be using it for. So we now register the chemical. So Nema puts that chemical on its registration database. So that is stage 1. Then you now apply for a license to import it. So that is why I was saying, for the start, now that we are starting, because we already have so many different chemicals already in the country, Nema needs to do that inventory and create that national register as a first basis, okay? So it serves as the baseline for all chemical operations in Uganda. Prior registration is non-negotiable before the chemical is allowed into the country. It is a non-negotiable because we need to know everything about all the chemicals in Uganda. So that is the starting point. That is registration. And the biggest job at the beginning is for Nema to do it. Nema, I keep asking you this question. How far? Let me now put you on the spot. How far with setting up this? You tell us later if there is time. But you cannot progress with receiving applications, licenses for importation, for use, for what? From all these people before this database, before this register is in place. Because the first place the technical committee on chemicals management will go to process a license is to this register. That will be the first checklist. Number 1, is it on the national register? Yes or no? If the answer is no, that process doesn't proceed. We'll come back to Nema, say, ensure it is on the register. Then we talked about the labeling, the Global Harmonized System, the GHS label. And we said, as Uganda, we are following the rest of the world, and we shall label our chemicals using that international method, of labeling. And in our regulations, we cover it under Regulation 10, where the language is very simple. All hazardous chemicals must. It is a must. It is not shall, it is not may, not even will, but must be classified and labeled according to the UN Globally Harmonized System, GHS. So we start with classification. How do you classify a chemical? A chemical can be classified in one of 3 broad classifications. So there are only 3 areas in which a chemical can be classified under. A chemical can, and this is defined by the damage, the hazard the chemical presents. Okay? The danger associated with that chemical. There are those chemicals that pose physical hazards. Okay? Explosives, flammable gases, flammable liquids, solids. So anything that is flammable, can create fire, or that can cause an explosion, would fall under this classification under physical hazards. Then there are those chemicals that affect our health as people. Okay? They can give you cancer, they can corrode your skin or burn your skin. You have heard of people using acid to pour on people who are disturbing their wives. That was the skin corrosion, the acids. Okay? It can also change your setup as a person, your cells. And this is why I'm saying you have people who are giving birth to someone with one hand, or maybe to someone with 12 fingers. This is the cell mutagenicity. Okay? Carcinogenic, causes cancer, etc. etc. So anything, those chemicals that affect our personal health fall under health hazards. Then there are those that affect the environment hazards, especially to the aquatic environment, but also to the normal environment we are in. They can burn trees and grass and fields and whatever. So this classification is important. Under the GHS system, these are the three main groups. And there are pictures that are associated with each of these three groups. We shall see them. I think we have some time to see them in a little more detail. So, group one are the physical hazards. Anything that has explosive properties, oxidizing, liquids and solids, is generally flammable. If you are to go outside on the road and you see a tanker carrying petrol, it will definitely have this sign. It will definitely have this sign. Because petrol is flammable. Okay? So these signs communicate the hazard immediately. So that if there is an accident, the people who are around there and the first responders, those who come to help, they should be able to understand that what we are dealing with is highly flammable. So, if you are boda, don't go near them. Otherwise, it will cause a small spark and the entire thing will blow up. I think we have had a number of accidents where people, when a trailer carrying petrol falls, they run there with jerry cans to get that free petrol. Now, I don't know why they think it is free. Now, because we have many borders, they also rush there with their borders to also get. So that is what happened. What was that accident somewhere in Kampala? So many people lost their lives because one spark from the border, those are spark engines. That whole environment was covered by the fumes of the chemical, which is highly flammable. One spark, the whole thing blew out. I think about 20 people died, another about 50 were burnt. Now, if they were educated and knew, they would have seen that this thing is flammable, we can't go near it with either a cigarette or a boda or anything. Okay? So the other group 2, so a chemical either falls in group 1, group 2, or group 3. Group 2 affects our health, as we have seen, and you will see this sign. This means death, the skull and the crossbones. Okay? So you will see this sign, or you will see this sign. Both of these mean they affect your health. But this one, you feel the impact immediately. The impact is there and then. While for this one, the impact may come 10 years down the road. You may have been somebody who is doing roofing during the 1970s. You were a roofer, busy putting asbestos roofs around. Then 30 years later, in 2010, we get the news you died of lung cancer because this asbestos has been seated in your lungs, and it doesn't cause the problem there and then. The problem takes a bit of time. That is what we call chronic. This is acute, immediate. This one is chronic. And unfortunately, this one, it targets specific organs. So the impact is a bit later, years later. And that is where the danger is. Today we are not seeing the danger of most of the chemicals we are managing badly. But you go to Mulango Cancer Institute now, you will see the number of people with cancer. Young, old, and young. So, so under group 2 is where we have the acute and chronic impacts on the human biology on us. The other one was the physical hazard. This one is a health hazard. So the third group is the environmental hazard. Okay? And that is where you see a picture like this. So as you are going home today, if you see any truck carrying chemicals, look at the pictures that are on those trucks. They are conveying a message saying what we are carrying can impact on the environment if it spills in the environment. If it has something like this, know that it is a chemical that can impact on the environment. Okay? Hazardous to the aquatic environment, can be acute and toxic, hazardous to the ozone layer, etc. Okay? So the regulations require that you who is handling the chemicals, you need to label them at the first level with a diagram from one of these 3 classes, groups, from one of these 3 groups. Sometimes you may have a chemical that is both a physical hazard and also an environmental hazard. So I think when you look at these petrol tankers, they will have this one, and then they will also have this one. So as we are going home today, you look at any, and that is the requirement. So in the same way, it may not be a tanker, it may be a box of chemicals you are importing. It has to be labeled with some of these diagrams. I've already spoken about this registration database that Nema has to come up with, and then if you are importing or asking to use a chemical that is not in the database, there is certain information Nema will require from you to put that chemical in the database before you are licensed for whatever use. Okay? This is a lot of chemistry here, but the information that Nema will ask from you, either during registration or licensing, one of the first bits of information is the name of the chemical, the exact identification. In the chemicals arena, the real name is called an IUPAC name of the chemical. IUPAC is the name of a certain institute that names all chemicals, and they have a big book where the actual scientific names of every chemical are. Because these days we have what we call also trade names. Because the scientific name is very difficult sometimes to pronounce and very long. So they are trade names. So you need to identify using the exact IUPAC name if you are applying to Nema either to register or for a license, and the exact details of its composition. Because in defining chemicals, we said chemicals also relate to mixtures. So you may have a chemical that has 40% of X and 60% of Y. You need to and 80%, it may have another name. Or if it has the same name, it is okay, but it may have different risks that it presents based on the different compositions. Okay? I have already told you that the GHS system requires that you put a picture, it's called a pictogram, that is from one of the three groupings: physical hazard, personal hazard, or environmental hazard. But also has to have signal words and hazard statements, we shall see. So that is what this system we call the GHS system requires of us. Safety data sheets, they used to be called material safety data sheets. Internationally, they have dropped this word material, so they are now just called safety data sheets. These ones must escort each and every chemical. And these safety data sheets document the risks that the chemical poses, but also the specific measures to control these risks. So if you are looking for a license from Nema for a chemical, one of the license conditions in filling the form is to elaborate the risks and also the mitigation measures. You just go to the SPS. All this information is there. You copy and paste it. You don't need to get someone to do a full study who will ask you for a lot of money. So SPSs are important. They also give clear instructions for self-handling and how to dispose at the end of the usefulness of that chemical. So these SPSs have all the information essentially that Nema will require in your application for a license. So make sure you have these documents. Okay? Now, Nema, when it gets your application either to register a chemical or to be licensed, it has the duty to be transparent to the rest of the public. And so, Nema is required to put into the newspapers information to the public. So and so is intending to import 24,000 metric tons of chemical X, and in summary, these are the risks associated with that chemical. and it will enter through the port of Malaba and be taken to Gulu, where it is going to be used. So that as the public in Gulu, you know, if you fear those chemicals, you don't trust that person, you go and visit Kampala. That time they say the chemical will come. Okay? So Nema, and this is part of the transparency mechanism. Okay? This notice are normally put in the newspapers of national circulation. So they don't put only in the newspaper that only is read in Lira. It must be a national newspaper, so it is read everywhere. And the information would include the name of the chemical, the GHS classification, and inviting any comments to the public. In the same way they do for those, for example, who are registering to be hazardous waste operators. They put them in the newspapers. But normally it's a small thing just before the sports pages. Many of you don't read the advert pages. But all these people, they license hazardous waste handlers, they put that notice in the newspapers before they give them those licenses. It is a requirement. Yes? So once an application is received, Nema may ask for a sample of the chemical in order to analyze this chemical, especially if it's a chemical that is not already on the register. Maybe you are applying to get it registered. Because Nema does not necessarily always have to believe whatever we send to it in paper. So it may ask for a sample to be given to it, and then it takes this sample to a designated reference laboratory. Maybe the GAL laboratory or any other designated reference laboratory. Say someone is trying to bring this new chemical, they say this is the chemical formula, and these are the chemical characteristics. Please check for us to confirm that what they are telling us is correct. So that is the physical verification. Nema also may consult with you people at the district level, the same way it does so in the review of the ESI. So it may consult with relevant lead agencies, including local government, private sector experts, and other stakeholders. So that is open. Okay? But in order for things to move quicker, because there have been complaints about how slow Nema is in making decisions, these regulations put a time frame. Because the reporter, time is money. You cannot consult for 3 months, you're waiting for comments from the district. So the regulation puts a timeline, 14 days to receive comments. So after these 14 days, you who is waiting to receive your license, you should know that after 14 days, you can raise an issue with Nema. And Nema cannot say we are still waiting for a review from the district or from the relevant MDAs. So Nema has a pressure here also. Within 14 days, they have to, if there are no comments, they must proceed. They shouldn't delay the investment. I don't know how it is with the ESIS today. Is there a timeline? 14 years? Or 16? 21? Yeah. Okay. Previously, there was no timeline, so this is provided for so that the investor is also protected. Then the technical committee. So once Nema has done, the officers have done it, their role. They have collected all the information from you. They have done their consultation. If they took samples, they have the results. It is not them to make the final decision. The final decision is made by the technical committee. So all this data, lab results, public comments are compiled into a file and given to the technical committee. And this is what the technical committee will evaluate and then make a decision. Say, okay, the license is approved. These are the conditions of the license, X, Y, Z. So this is the process I've just been running through. And the entire process is supposed to take no more than 21 days from start of the application to finish. So these 14 days for public notice are part of the 21 days. Okay? So the technical committee also has a lot of pressure to fit within these 21 days. I was looking for Monica, who is Monica. This technical committee, if the public review, you allow it to go up to day 14. This means the technical committee has 7 days left, because it has to fall within 21 days from time zero. So the technical committee has 7 days only to receive all this information from what has gone on here from the technical Nema people to make the decision and for the issuance of the license. 7 days. So what does this mean? This means we cannot deal with hard copy paperwork. We must embrace ICT. We must embrace IT. This technical committee doesn't have to physically sit in the same room to make a decision. One member may be in Gulu, another one may be in Banana, 3 may be in Kampala. They should be able to go on the IT system, review what has been submitted, and make a decision. Because time is money. So these timelines were deliberated on quite extensively in order not to increase the cost of doing business. So that is the end of this one. I'm told lunch is at 1:30. It is 3 minutes to 1:30. So this is a good time for me to stop on this one and maybe take 1 or 2 questions if there are any.
Thank you, facilitator. We may hear from you. Any other comments?
Yes.
What's the lifespan of the license?
That was also a very big discussion point. If you went around most agencies, licenses are given for 1 year. But you say no. Because it also presents an administrative burden to Nema. Because by month 9 of the license term, people are supposed to be applying for new licenses. So there will be a lot of work for Nema. So in the regulation, license validity has been provided of 2 years. After review, it may be extended to 3, 5 years, depending. But again, it's also a balance between the risks associated. But 2 years, and then you have to apply for a new license. These licenses are not transferable. If you sell your business, the person buying your business has to apply him or herself for a license. You cannot transfer the license because the liability is to the individual, and the competence of that individual may not be the same as the competence of the one who is buying your business. Any other? Yeah, so it's already 1:30. We were advised that lunch would be ready at 1:30. You have all received your coupons. So if lunch is at 1:30, when do we come back?
I think let's give it 1 hour lunch.
Okay, so we come back at 2:30.
Yes, sir.
That's okay. I think that's okay. By 4 we shall be done for today, so that the rain doesn't catch us going back. So where is the lunch?
Lunch is going to be served.
Okay, as we leave here, going towards the reception, there is a place called the King's Bar. That's where we shall have the lunch. Just move like you're going to the reception, then behind. We shall be directed from there. We're at a place called King's Bar.
And please don't shake hands with those friends you have not seen for a long time. And keep using the sanitizer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. Thank you. Thank you for that high level of being attentive. Enjoy your lunch. I will give a brief highlight when we come back from lunch regarding the register that was mentioned there. Thank you.
We should appreciate our facilitator. Asante sana! Thank you, sir, for the great presentation. We are really picking it and we appreciate so much. Let's humble ourselves to pray for our lunch. Father, thank you for the deliberations that we've had this afternoon. Thank you for the facilitator. Thank you for all our participants. As we go to have the lunch, Father, bless it so that we have an ability to continue serving you. We pray this in Jesus' name. Thank you so much. Just walk out. The other side towards the reception. Ask for King's Bar. And make sure that you have a coupon. If you don't have a coupon, kindly get to the gentleman behind the extreme, behind there, get a coupon, and then go for lunch.
These bikes are for us. Please feel free, matters to respect the subject. Feel free to for yourself. Even later.
We shall ensure that this place is locked and we will take care of whatever remains behind. We shall ensure the place. Without you, we may not amplify our voices, but with your presence, we are happy and information can reach the public. I want to give this opportunity to a representative from Nema to respond as requested. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are we okay?
Yes.
Did we enjoy the lunch?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to respond to, or to give just a little response to the issue of licensing. Licensing is a big toll, but I must say that we have started some baby strides. We already have the database, Andrew, the framework database. The issue now, the pending issue is now the information to go into the database, that is the inventory. So we've done some baseline preliminary inventory, but we need now to do an extensive one, which we are now trying to build strategies on how to do it, because it's something that requires a lot of good planning. But also, as we have begun the licensing process, we are also using this avenue to capture information which will facilitate the registration. So whosoever applies or seeks for guidance on application for license to deal in chemicals, we are requesting them to also make an application for the registration. So in doing that, we'll be able to capture some of the information, especially on imports. Dealing in chemicals is a very sensitive area, and when we're doing our preliminaries, especially with the manufacturers, you know, like we largely said, this is as chemicals for industrial use. Our colleague, someone said it's very difficult to access premises. So it's also difficult to access chemical information from industry, because that is their top manufacturing secret. So most times they may not even give you the full real names or the quantities. They get suspicious. So we have some information, especially in terms of which sector is using what, but it's not yet detailed to who is bringing in what quantities, and yeah, so that is well here. Thank you.
Unless someone has something else before we move to the next level. If there was something in the other session that was discussed and you felt you wanted to talk about it, this is the opportunity before we move to the next session. Okay. Thank you so much. I think our facilitator, yes, welcome.
Thank you. We are touched a bit on this one before lunch. So after lunch we shall do this session 3 and then session 4. And then we'll see how we can end the day. If the time allowing, we may do something that we should have done tomorrow so that we save some time. Now we are going to navigate licensing. How do we get a license under these regulations? Most of you who are handling, manufacturing, transporting, you need to understand how the roadmap to getting the license. Now, first things first, which you already know, these regulations, under regulation number 15, regulation number 15, they enforce an absolute prohibition of dealing in hazardous chemicals without a license from the authority. So if you don't have a license from the authority, you are operating without a license, then that is a severe breach of the regulation and will have immediate legal and operational consequences. If you are importing, exporting, you require a license. If you are manufacturing and formulating, you require a license. If you are prepacking and distributing, you require a license for that activity. Okay? If you are storing, I'm just warehousing, I'm not the one who made the chemical. No. If you are giving just the store, you require a license. Okay? And of course, if you are using the chemical in your industrial process to manufacture other chemicals or other products, you require a license. So, all these people are the people who require a license. So, in here, you have academic institutions. Because you are storing and you are using the chemicals, you require a license for those chemicals. So you don't say, there's no academic institution. This is really talking about the actual handling of the chemical, not the name of the institution. Okay? You are an importer, you are an exporter, you are a manufacturer, you are repackaging, etc. So all these require a license. There are three main things you need to understand before submitting your application for a license. Essentially, what Nema is looking for before they grant you a license is that you can manage both the daily operations and the worst case scenarios if something happens. So if you cannot demonstrate this, you have no business handling chemicals. You close shop. If you're a laboratory, you close. Others who have the capacity will come up. I think there was a question that was raised earlier. Okay? Number one, Nema, we want to know that you have the money to manage these risks that you are bringing to the public and the environment. Do you have the money? If an accident happens tomorrow, are you liquid enough to immediately implement the mitigation measures without first saying, wait for me, I need to sell my plot of land? No. People are dying, the environment is dying. So number one, proof of having your money to manage the crisis. So clearly you can see the business of chemicals is not for everybody as it has previously been. It is for those who are able to manage the chemicals to address our constitution that guarantees your grandmother a right to clean and healthy environment and health safety. So, number one, before you apply for the license, know that Nema will ask you for proof that you have some money. You are a bit liquid. You are not broke. you have some money that you can quickly call on. Number two, prerequisite number two is insurance. Money is having one thing to address the immediate risk. The chemical has spilled, it is near a wetland, you are responsible for ensuring that that chemical doesn't reach the wetland. Whatever interventions, if you have to build a wall there or dig a deep hole, or I don't know, it is you, polluter pays principle, who is responsible. But then, insurance for the wider damage. Insurance for the wider damage. Because of your chemical activities that you have managed badly, an accident has necessitated that all the people living within a radius of 300 meters of your factory must be moved away. That cost for them to be moved to a hotel for their food and what can only come through insurance. So insurance is prerequisite number two. The other one is that you have undertaken an evaluation of the risks, what we call an environmental risk assessment. There are guidelines that Nema has developed to do this. Okay? And it is really about mapping the risks and what mitigation measures or responses are needed. So these are the key things Nema will be looking at when you apply for a license. So if you have no money in your accounts, please don't come to apply for a license. And don't do that business of chemicals, because you do not have the ability. You have no ability to react when an accident happens. As we know, accidents are bound to happen. So these are some of the things Nema may ask for: a bank guarantee, a letter from your bank saying this man is okay. He's a good client of ours. He always has money in his account. If there is a problem, we have no problem even giving him 100 million shillings overnight. So that's what a bank guarantee is. It's basically your bank standing for you and saying, it's okay. This guy, looking at his history, there's always some money in his account. And this, as I say, covers immediate response actions in case of acute chemical pollution, decommissioning of a facility, if you have to undertake a restoration or cleanup. And then insurance also now covers harm caused to other people. Because of what you are doing, somebody has to undergo a medical intervention, and the insurance is there to cover such eventualities. So the environmental risk assessment is a process. There are guidelines which are available, and the specific regulation, number 23 in our book of regulations. Anyone applying for a license must conduct a formal risk assessment for the chemicals. Okay? Number one, this is what the assessment should include: the study identification of the hazards. So you classify them, GHS classification. They classify the exact physical health and environmental threats. Those three areas we talked about. Okay? Vulnerability analysis. Exposure assessment for workers. The workers who are every day inhaling those chemicals in your factory. What is the exposure analysis? Allowable. How much can they take in without being affected 30 years from today? Because maybe even with the PPE, if they are putting on a breathing mask and that kind of thing, still a little oozing. So you must understand what is the threshold that is safe. That is the vulnerability analysis. Then the risk analysis, proposing specific actionable risk reduction measures. Okay, this chemical has this risk. What measures are you going to put in place to ensure that this risk doesn't mature or present, that risk doesn't happen? What are you going to do about that? You are going to train people. You are going to put in place negative pressure systems in place. You are going to ensure that, so many things under the risk analysis and the risk response have to be undertaken. Then once you understand that, then you can now formally apply for if it's a license, and later if it's to register and then get a license, then you apply, and there are specific forms that are in the annex, Schedule 5. If you apply for a license, you use the form in Schedule 5, you just fill in. And then you pay the fee, and you attach the support documentation. As I indicated to you, more often than not, activities related to handling chemicals manufacture or what, you'll be required to undertake an environmental social impact assessment. If it's a factory, you have already undertaken that. You don't have to do it again unless the scope has changed. And any good environmental social impact assessment for a manufacturing facility will have identified already the chemicals as a risk and provided for mitigation measures. Even petrol stations. That's why there are requirements like the underground tanks for holding the petrol and diesel must be double-walled. Things like that. If they are above storage tanks, there must be banding. You must have fire extinguishers, sand nearby to pour out fires, because some fires, the fire extinguisher may not work. You must label properly. So all those are currently already being done. They're being done. Now, once you apply, the requirement of the regulation is that everything should be transparent. Things should not just be between the one applying and Nema. Other stakeholders have to know what is going on. And therefore, the regulation requires that when the licensing is being undertaken, it is not done in a vacuum. But if you look later on when you get the regulations, you look at regulations 17 and 18, they require a specific period for transparent review. So at the center is the authorities, and the expectation is that the lead agencies will undertake the reviews. So the decision will be based not only on the Nema, but the comments received from the districts, from the cities, from the various sector associations, from the MDAs with an interest. And as I indicated, a 14-day window to review and submit comments. So in the same way, Nema shares the environmental social impact assessment reports for comments, they will also be sharing these licenses. If it's a manufacturing facility for chemicals or using chemicals to make something else in Gulu City, then, Madam, you will get that license from Nema, and Nema will be saying, share your comments. Then maybe you get back and say, so it is both the lead agencies and the public. Before we went for lunch, we saw that Nema has to put this information in newspapers with wide national readership. So, and the time is given for that to be accepted. So how does the authority evaluate you who is applying for the license? They will of course develop a criteria so that it is consistent. What is applied in Gulu, a license for application in Gulu is the same as applied to Entebbe, is the same as applied to Tom, is the same applied to Mary, so it has to be consistent. So there will be a template, a checklist that will be developed. But essentially, they are trying to look at your technical capacity and awareness of what you are handling, the chemical. So the information they will be asking you will be, they will ask you, what technical capacity do you have? Okay, you are the one who has the money, you are the owner of the factory. You don't have to be a scientist, you don't have to be a chemist. So the question when they ask this, what technical capacity do you have? You say, no, my manager is a chemist. He has an MSc from Makerere University or Gulu University in chemistry, so he's technically competent. That's enough. That you, the owner, you don't have to be the person competent. But you must have somebody who is competent. So the technical capacity and awareness of the threats of the chemical, adequacy of what the facilities and equipment you have to handle the chemicals safely, that is a given. How are you going to handle the waste at the end of the day? Many of the earlier projects were not speaking about what will happen to the waste at the end. Now we are saying, before we license you to start this activity, at the end, how are you going to handle your wastes, including decommissioning, which has been a big problem. And that is why we have a lot of waste stored in stores, containers, because people did not plan on how to handle it. So plans have to be there for disposal of the waste. And as we saw, the authority Nema may ask for samples to verify what you are saying. Just keep fun. Just moved. Okay. So within 60 days, the entire process of processing your license should be concluded. It doesn't mean the authority has to wait for day number 60. If on day 11 everything is done, On day 11 or day 12, you get your license. But they will set a maximum of 60 days. Because in there, as you saw, we have built a number of transparency provisions, notify the public, notify the district, local government for comments, and all that, okay? So the conditions in the license we have already seen will require health and safety for particularly the staff in the factory, if it's a factory, strict adherence to the amount of chemicals. The risk may be related to how much chemical you have. So if you're a factory and every day you need 2 drums of chemical X to process your product, there is no need for you to have 30 drums of that chemical X on the processing floor. They should be in a store, and for that day you only have 2, at most 4. So volumes also come into the picture. Emergency preparedness must be clear, and of course the life cycle management commitments, including safe decommissioning of the facility. When your business is done, you don't leave things in stores, equipment that is contaminated just there. They must be disposed of. Now, the license you are given will run for 2 years. It was a question before we went for lunch. It is valid for a maximum of 2 years under Regulation 26. So, before the license expires, the license is valid for 24 months. Those are 2 years, 24 months. By month 22, by the end of October of the second year, you must submit an application for renewal of that license. So you don't wait until the 24th month to start applying for a license renewal. You apply 60 days, 2 months before it expires. This is to give Nema time, because there will be so many people who have been licensed. Okay? And when you are applying for renewal, that application letter, you must attach proof that you have performed very well. And what kind of proof is this? An environmental audit report. Nema requires that all these establishments that may impact on the environment must undertake annual environmental audit reports. So that audit report, you attach it. And copies of the reports that you have been making annually. Nema will also look at your financial situation, that you are still okay. It may write to the bank to confirm that the bank guarantee is still valid. So that is what happens in renewal. Now, sometimes you may need to change certain things in your license. Maybe the type of chemical you have been using, they are no longer providing it in India, but there is another chemical from the EU that you can use. You can ask to vary the conditions in your license. For one reason or another, new technology has come, or you have decided to expand the volumes you are going to be handling per year, your process now is much expanded, or you have decided to reduce a lot. So you have the ability to apply for what we call a variation of a license, to change certain things in your license. So you can, normally it's to accommodate new technologies, volume changes, or modified processes. So that is from your end. The other end, Nema may vary. Unilaterally may vary your license. So you have a license, everything is okay. Nema comes to you and says, we have new science. And this new science is telling us that this chemical, which we thought was not very dangerous, is actually extremely, extremely dangerous and needs to go under the restricted schedule. From the general schedule to the restricted schedule. So we need you to comply with A, B, C, E. So Nema can do this to prevent environmental deterioration, enforce new standards, or respond to unforeseen circumstances. As an example, we signed up to a number of international agreements. The Stockholm Convention on POPs, they are always amending the annexes of chemicals. So if they bring into the annex a new chemical that must be banned, then if you are using that chemical in Uganda already, Nema now will come to you and say, hang on, this chemical is now banned internationally. You are not allowed to use it anymore. We need to vary our license and remove it from the chemicals that you are allowed to use. So the license variation can be initiated either from the one handling the chemicals or from Nema's side based on a number of reasons. Transferring of a chemical management facility. If you are Mukwano and you decide to sell your factory to Mukasa, first of all, Mukwano, you are expected to tell Nema 30 days before you transfer the factory to Mukasa. 60 days, not 30. 2 months. I don't know how practical this is. So, that is a very big sale. It doesn't happen overnight. Normally involves a lot of negotiations or what. So Mukwano has to tell Nema 2 months before that, by the way, I'm in a discussion to sell this factory to Mukasa. 2 months. And then Mukasa must apply for a license. So Mukasa has to apply for a license. He cannot use Mukwano's license. Because as you saw, that license also looks at how much money you have in your pocket. So that was Mukwano. Now Mukasa Nema doesn't know whether you have enough money in case of an accident and things like that. So that means Mukasa has to apply for a license. So the Mukasa must state explicitly that they are responsible for all going liabilities. The old license is cancelled only when the new one is issued. So at no time will there be 2 licenses. When the Mukwano's is cancelled, Mukasa's new one takes over, so that the entire process is still covered properly. Now, as usual, Nema has a lot of powers, as you all know. At any time they can suspend or revoke a license. They have the power under Regulation 28. This power shouldn't be misused. Because Nema doesn't like Muhammad. So this cancelling or suspending and revoking, cancelling a license must be based on fact and data. Otherwise, Muhammad will take Nema to court. Okay? What triggers Nema suspending or pulling a license? If you submit false or misleading information, Nema can suspend your license. Failure to comply with the license conditions. The license always has conditions. So if you fail to comply with them, Nema can suspend or remove the license completely. Normally when it suspends, it gives you the time period and the time period to make good, to improve whatever needs to be improved. Where unforeseen environmental harm or substantial unapproved changes to the facility processes are there. So those are the conditions under which Nema has the power to suspend or revoke your license. So just to summarize, when applying for the license, prepare. Prepare before you apply. Don't just apply, because if you apply and the application does not have the things, Nema will come back to you and say, and that is going to take a lot of your time. Okay? And when you are operating, adhere to whatever is in the license conditions. Okay? And then maintain you are reporting, you are renewing within 2 months, and continuously improve. Basically, continuously improve. As you go along. Don't wait for Nema to come and tell you that now the masks you are using are no longer as safe as we thought they were. If there is a new product on the market, safety related, with all haste you can, start using it. Don't wait for Nema to tell you. As I wait to go to the next 2 presentations, I will just stop there a bit and wait. Do we have any questions so far? We are still after lunch.
Let's stand up and have an maybe okay, let's give him and then later we'll have an interview.
Yes, thank you for really dissecting this complex presentation. I just wanted to make a brief inquiry. You have given us these blueprints, and sometimes somebody is intending to register a company for the first time. Maybe they have the technical equipment, which could be maybe used in handling these hazardous chemicals. But the unfortunate part of it, they might have never had this experience in handling it, and they would like to start for the first time. What happens in this scenario? Thank you.
Just very, very quickly, and that is going to be the situation for most of the industries. And for those people who go to university and study chemistry, these are going to be jobs for you. So you make sure you employ people with the competence. Because you are a businessman, you maybe studied history and economics, you are not expected to know all this chemistry. But you employ someone who knows this chemistry. Just like these people who own pharmacies. The pharmacy law requires a registered pharmacist must be there. So the owner doesn't have to be a pharmacist. The businessman may be selling maize, but in the pharmacy there has to be a duly qualified pharmacist. Same thing here. You need to have somebody with that competence. So hopefully now we are also creating jobs for people who study chemistry and other things like that. So you can encourage your children to study chemistry. Experience is important, but is probably not something that can be judged. that can be judged at the beginning. For the start, I think it is enough to have the competence. Issues of experience, you grow in experience. Otherwise, people will leave university and they don't have jobs because you're asking for 10 years experience. That's how I don't have a job, you ask for 10 years experience. So, experience is not critical at this stage.
Before we get to
at the micro level, the containers that we are using to store, are they appropriate? At the facility level, how fortified is the building that is holding, that is housing the chemical and its hazard? And then at the macro level, the world scale, how are we protecting the public and the nation when hazards, for example, are on the move? It may be a gaseous chemical. That one doesn't respect borders. That it needs a visa to move from here to Kenya, to India, to Europe. And that is the issue with POPs, persistent organic pollutants. They have what we call that grasshopper effect. So a POP that is produced in Uganda will go and affect the people in Canada. They're the ones who will feel the effects. And that is why at the international level there was a need to have an international agreement. And that agreement agreed to provide financial and technical support to countries like ours. Because they realized if they didn't help us, they will feel the effects there in their countries. Because these things, these chemicals don't require visas. They just travel in the air and they reach there. So many of these chemicals have a worldwide impact at the macro level. So what we are doing here is really for the whole of humanity. It is not only for Ugandans. So the first line of defense, is the packaging. And that is defined, talked about under regulation number 33. That's why I wish you had these copies. Because now you will go to regulation number 33, but you will see them anyway. And it is saying the packaging must be an impenetrable barrier. So what is inside must not come out. Okay? the materials must never react to alter the chemical insect that it is holding. Water is largely inert, this water. And the way we make it inert is by ensuring that the pH is above 7. 7 is a neutral pH. It's not acidic and it's not alkalinic. But if it was pH 1, pH 2, this plastic would be gone. So pH 1, pH 2, pH 3, anything less than 6, 7 is acidic. So if this water was pH 1, this plastic would have already gone, and the water would spread all over. So the compatibility, materials must never react or alter the chemical inside. So what you use to hold the chemical is important. So you must understand the chemical properties. Some chemicals react very well with the metals. So if you think you're going to put it in a metal container and it is safe, no. The best would now be a plastic container, maybe. But you need to understand the property of that chemical. What does it react with? So, materials must never react or alter the chemicals inside. Containers must survive no operational stresses without compromising integrity. The durability of the containers. Okay? If the container falls from the truck, 1 meter, 2 meters, if it is glass, the whole thing goes. But if it is hard HDPE, it will fall, it may get deformed a bit, but it will still be strong enough, durable enough to retain what is inside it. Secure fastenings, important. I will give the example of the medicines, especially these medicines for children, like the cough mixtures and the like, that sometimes are sweet. If you have noticed, their covers, to open the cover, you need to have some energy. You squeeze it and you press it down, then it will open. If you just try to open normally like this, it will never open. You have to have some power. You squeeze it and you press it down, then it will open. So that is the mechanism, because they know children like sweet things. So the children, you give it the cough mixture that is sweet. As a mother, you could leave the cough mixture on the table, you go to work, the kid will come and pick, and if it can open, you drink and finish the cough mixture. Or other medicine. Most children's medicines are made sweet. So that is something related to a special fastening. Okay? As an example. And then all primary containers must carry with them a safety data sheet. And ready for the medicines, we see this is the case. If you go to a pharmacy, you buy an eye ointment, it has the paper inside with small words that are telling you about the safety, what to do in case there's an overdose, etc., etc. So in the same way, we are saying that for hazardous chemicals, all the primary containers must have a safety data sheet. So that is the first line of defense, is the container that is holding must surround, especially where you have tanks, so that in case of a spill, the spill is contained within those walls. It doesn't go out, and also it doesn't go down. So then you are contained with the problem, you can clean it out. Ventilation, very important. And you are not going to mix your storm water with your effluent. So it's important to separate stormwater drainage. The cleaner needs to have access. So give the cleaner the card. So controlled access. The facility must be secured against all unauthorized entry. Those who don't have to be there should not be there, including thieves who later on come. You must have documented inventories. Whatever is in whatever room must be known and documented. If 3 bags have left the store and gone for processing, that book there in the store must indicate less 3 bags. Okay? Emergency readiness, firefighting equipment, clear hazard signs, water sprinkler system, all those. And then supervision. There must be somebody competent and trained to supervise in that area. Even when the chemical is on the move, it has to be managed well, and that is what regulation 34 speaks about. It governs the transportation and distribution of chemicals. During their movement, there must not be any leakage, spill, or release of these chemicals. In certain instances, Nema may even tell you, you cannot use Ginger Road. Use the bypass, use Katosi to get to Ginger from Kampala. So designated routes can be implemented, and then you cannot use a vehicle that normally is taking household water. Today it is delivering water to Mr. Kagwa because National Water had a problem. Then a deal comes, hydrochloric acid has to be transported. The same vehicle now say, put the hydrochloric acid here and I take it for you to Ginger. So once a vehicle is designated for transporting hazardous chemicals, it can never be used for other incompatible purposes. And as I told you, as you go away today, when you see these vehicles carrying petrol and other things, look at the pictograms and try and understand them. What are they communicating to you? This communication is very important, because imagine there is an accident somewhere. A big truck with chemicals like this, and then Nema is called. Now, the Nema first responder who is going there needs to know what PPE, what protective equipment do I have to go with. And the only way that first responder will know is by looking at what is on the truck. That will tell him these are the hazards that this, whatever is in this truck, present. And then that guides him or her on what kind of PPE and what advice to give people around also. Don't bring your boda here, because this thing is very flammable. Don't come smoking your cigarettes. You want to see, because this thing is very flammable. If it is something that is, say, carrying carbon monoxide, is carbon monoxide heavier or lighter than air?
It's heavier.
Carbon monoxide is heavier. So, if the accident has happened in a valley, if the carbon monoxide is heavy, it will sit at the bottom of the valley. So your advice to the people will be, go up the hill. Don't remain down in the valley. Go up the hill, you will be safe. But if you remain down, you will inhale the carbon monoxide. So things like that, you can only tell based on the hazard that is displayed either through a pictogram, the hazards statements and things like that. Okay? And these pictures, let me call them pictures, you should not only put on one side of the track. Because if it falls only on this side and there's nothing on the other side, you can't know. So you put on this side, on the other side, behind, so that they're easily seen. Okay? And these pictures must be able to withstand our sunshine, rain, without getting eroded so that you cannot see what it is. And therefore, the owners of these trucks must inspect them regularly and ensure that new pictograms are put if the ones that are on cannot be easily read due to weather. Now, when chemicals are moving on our waterways, either Lake Victoria or River Nile, these regulations place an extra emphasis because you're already in a fragile ecosystem. If a spill occurs, it's in the lake already. So that is why there is a need to have, number one, real-time tracking. So if someone is sending chemicals from Bukoba on MV Bukoba to Portobello, we expect mandatory installation of electronic tracking systems. But also, as a country, we have signed up to an international agreement. And that international agreement has led our Ministry of Water, but also our Ministry of Works, to develop an act, Inland Water Transport Act 2021. So when you are going to get asking for a permit, a license from Nema to transport hazardous chemicals on any of our lakes or rivers, Nema will also refer to the provisions of this Inland Water Transport Act because it is there to ensure that that vital resource remains safe and usable. So, transport on water, there are extra requirements. Extra requirements because of the nature of the ecosystem therein. So, what we have been talking about creates a chain, starting from the container to the facility, to outside of the facility. And they are covered under these regulations and should not be viewed as isolated checklists. Okay? They form an interdependent chain. Proper packaging allows for safe transport. Proper labeling informs secure transport. Rigorous tracking ensures hazard safely reaches its final destination. Now, you will advise me. It is 4, but I think we can finish one more presentation. Is that agree? Or you want to let us finish one more. But only if you promise to come on time tomorrow morning. Many of you came on time, by the way, and you are appreciated. Many of you, but not all of you, but many. But this is what we have just seen. I think we have already seen this. Yeah. This one we have seen. So we are not very far away. We are not very far away. This is a contaminated site. If you go to Ukraine now, this is what you will see. If you go to some areas of Lebanon, of Iran, this is what you will see. Because they have been pounding those chemical sites, those oil sites. And then, this is how we want our Uganda to look. Like that. Very clean, inviting. If you are a tourist, would you prefer to go to a place like this or a place like this? Okay? So very soon, Koima, the Albertine graben is going to look like this. How many of you have been down there? To Kingfisher, Tilenga? I was there 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. July, 1st July, the oil is starting to move to Tanga. Already, there are facilities like this. Down there, if you get a chance to go and see. And once we start processing our small refinery, so many industries are going to come up. And industries need more chemicals and the need for better management. Now this is largely the polluter-based principle. Any person whose activities cause contamination of any aspect of the environment by chemicals is legally required to A. Clean up the contaminated sites. Sometimes this takes a lot of money, and that is why you need insurance. To clean up a polluted site takes a lot of money. You may need to get all the soil and sand and wash it. It's a big process. It takes a lot of money. And that is why insurance is an important thing. And that is why managing or being involved in this business is not for anybody, just there. Okay? If you have contaminated, you restore it to an environmentally sound state. If you have to wash the soil, you will wash the soil. Put in place immediate measures to reduce risks to human and wider environment. So restoration is a legal absolute. It's not a suggestion. That's why I keep saying, if you want to go in the business of chemicals, you must have the ability to manage those chemicals. I think we have already seen this. Now, if there is a site that needs to be remediated, made good, cleaned up, before physical remediation begins, the polluter must execute 4 mandatory foundation measures. Measure number 1, the site must be properly mapped to tell us this is the extent of the pollution, both horizontally, how many square kilometers or meters or miles, but also how deep. So you may have to dig boreholes and carry out that kind of sampling. Mapping the exact scope of the hazard, number 1. 2, measure number 2 is, sorry, just a minute. Hello? Yes, for the next 20 minutes. So, number 2, public consultation and engagement in order to build transparency. So that the people around there know where the problem is. Maybe they should stop going to that water well because the water is already contaminated. You don't just keep quiet. Measure number 3, the risk assessment must be done, quantifying the specific dangers. And measure number 4, put forward options to manage the risks posed by the contaminated site. If the local water well has been contaminated, you may need to build a borehole not very far away, which will first of all be tested to ensure that it's also not contaminated, to make sure that the people around have access to clean water. Okay? Now, it is those the final 3 measures translate into the strategy, how you go about now doing a cost-benefit analysis, because the cost-benefit analysis may tell you what you are going to spend to remediate this site is too much. You are better off buying land for people somewhere else, and they relocate, and we fence off this area, and it remains out of bounds for animals and people. The cost-benefit analysis. So sometimes, and these cases are there in the US. There are these legacy sites where pollution happened in the 1930s, in the 1920s, and the sites are terribly polluted. Even the underground water is polluted. They are there. No one is allowed to settle there or build anything there because it is just too expensive to clean up. But they are properly labeled and everybody knows not to go there. Okay? So after doing the cost-benefit analysis, you have to do what you have to do, and at the end of it, you have to provide the proof that the hazard has been sorted out. Normally by submitting samples, ground samples, water samples, showing that fish can survive in the water around there, things like that. Okay? So, what happens when the source of contamination cannot be traced? The regulatory system includes a critical backstop to ensure public safety is never compromised. In the event of an untraceable polluter, where we cannot find the polluter, Nema steps in. So Nema has to come in. And Nema will undertake the necessary remediation. That is what the law says. Where you cannot find somebody to hold culpable, then Nema has to do the remediation itself. Executing the cleanup, in line with the various regulations. So that is a big call on Nema, meaning it has to have money. But you pay Nema some money that goes to an environmental fund. In the US, the environmental fund is for such things, cleaning up such sites where they can't identify. Here, our environmental fund goes to finance. Nema doesn't have access. Who said the AAA uses the money? That one we don't know. But Nema needs to get back control of that environmental fund. It is not supposed to fund government activities. It is supposed to cater for environmental cleanup and things like this. So that is a discussion maybe to be had with the Nema board, because that is the purpose of the National Environmental Fund. All these fees you pay, EA fees now here, the license fees, you have applied for a license, they tell you pay 200,000 and that kind of thing. So this is really just telling us that compliance is really the baseline for operating within the environment. You don't do it because it's the legal requirement, but because we need to have an environment that our children can also come to and grow in. Okay? So I think it is 4:20. We can stop here, which is a good space. Tomorrow, God willing, I suspect we shall end before lunch. So plan accordingly, don't plan to be here after lunch. But you can remain and enjoy the ambience. I don't know whether Nema will arrange for evening tea. Today there is no evening tea. It's not, I think we ate lunch very late. Yeah, there is no evening tea, so. Yeah, thank you very much. Any questions?
Yeah, sure, that's what I was coming.
Yes, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, our facilitator. Asante sana. If you have any comment, I think we'll utilize this time to raise. Or if you have any comment, it's also welcome. And then, yeah, before we wrap it up. Yes, sir.
Thank you, President and colleagues. Mine is just a small comment in regard to siting and location of these facilities. I think countrywide still have a challenge in regards to matters to do with the physical planning, where areas are not clearly designated for establishment of such facilities. I remember the situation where location was cited along, I think Mukono, where they wanted to establish a nuclear facility. And up to now, I don't think the process has shaped. So going forward, much as we are having, we shall be having people who be able to manage. At the end of the day, it might be very difficult, because when you follow those processes of land acquisition and you go ahead and inform the people who are already settling or residing in those communities, and they are aware of the dangers that is posed by some of these, it might be very, very dangerous. Then, secondly, probably by way of providing guidelines, I think it would also be
you have also provided a good solution so that these industries are not thrown all over the place. We can have specific areas designated. The government has gone some way towards this. We have industrial parks now that are coming up. Unfortunately, they are in the free land that normally borderline wetland or wetland. But yeah, the idea is these industrial parks are not in wetlands and are the best place to have these. It's the challenge with physical planning, like you have said. We saw this problem when Chitezi happened. KCCA was looking for a place to put another Chitezi, and the people in Mokono said, don't come. We don't want. Now they got stuck. Our garbage was heaping up in Kampala. So it's a problem. Physical planning, and it all also stems from our land tenure system. If you go to Tanzania, it's the government that owns the land. So they can quickly direct you people, no one is going to settle here. We'll give you a lease somewhere else. It is the government that owns the land in Tanzania. This place is for this kind of industry. But here, our government, our hands are tied because there is land that belongs to Kabaka, there is the freehold land that we own, there is so our land tenure system also does not help us to adequately plan. But I think the best bet is to have these industrial parks, and that's what is happening in Hoima. They have designated and big industrial parks, square miles and square miles, so you cannot start putting your industry outside of that industrial park. So Hoima is a good starting point, and cities and local authorities are encouraged to designate, acquire and designate appropriate land for industrial development. It helps. Otherwise, somebody will put his land, his industry behind his farm, and somebody's bedroom is 3 meters away. It's difficult. Yes.
Yes, thank you once again. I just wanted to relate to some incident which we have always been experiencing when you are making a presentation about if you cannot trace the source of the exact pollutant. Because we have been facing these incidents of maybe medical waste, where somebody along the way just throws the waste along the road because that's the easiest way. You could definitely can't track that person down. If I relate to this kind of hazardous substance, what case scenario could this be? Because the previous presentation you made some presentation on tracking devices, especially if the moving components like the vehicles could easily be fitted with the trackers. So under which circumstance can maybe a source of hazardous pollutant be failed to be traced? That will now bring the cost of cleaning up on Nema and then the big agency. Thank you.
Yes, that is an interesting one. When we talk of these sites where the polluter cannot be identified, that inability to identify is after a thorough investigation is done. Now, for the case of someone just throwing medical waste out, I think sometimes you are able to look at that medical waste and then trace back which hospital it came from. because I don't think a hospital in Soroti would come and throw used injections, fetuses in Lina. It has to be within there. So sometimes a little investigation is needed. You will find there a paper that is saying Lina Referral Hospital. Then you follow backwards. I don't think that is an area where now you will run to Nema and say, Nema, now this is your post. I think each city or local authority, number one, must have a designated facility where no waste is taken. And if possible, also have one that can handle hazardous waste. If that is not available, then maybe regions can sit together and decide to have a combined facility that can handle hazardous waste. But we also know that Nema licenses hazardous waste operators. Nema gives them a license. And so there is that opportunity for that hazardous waste to be taken and environmentally disposed of, but at a cost. So maybe you would need a fund for such eventualities. A fund that is there if hazardous waste is identified within the district or city and the source of that waste is not quickly or easily identifiable, then you can have access to that fund to pay this hazardous waste collector who will then take it to a licensed disposal site. So those hazardous waste collectors, they don't take it anywhere. They take it to specific sites as licensed. So that at the end of the day, not every city or local government needs to have a hazardous waste disposal site. But there must be people who are licensed to carry that waste at cost, and that is why you would need to have that kind of fund there. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I also have one issue.
Yes.
This one is going to Nema. One of my colleagues earlier on during the discussion said something about accessing the premises. I was one of the victims. So when he was bringing up the issue, I was waiting for the right time. Accessing our premises, that's no issue. And we don't intend to do that. But sometimes the approach of the authorities prompts us to do such. I, for one, I think last month, team of Nema came to my premises, a team of 6. I think 6 and 4 police officers on grounds of whistleblowing that we have some waste that is flowing along the roadside. Someone has just whistleblown to them. So the entire team came and they didn't find anything. We were still on the same path. So when they didn't find anything, they had to change their objective of coming to our premises. That they want to check our licenses when they still running. Unfortunately, our license had expired, I think, a month ago, but we are in the process of renewing. So these gentlemen were like, no, we need to see your documentations and all that. So when I was raised up, I went to the offices. But the guys were insisting they want to meet me at my premises. So I was like, what is the difference between me meeting you personally in the office and you going back to my premises? Because you went there, I didn't understand what brought you. Now I follow you to your office, but you cannot now what be clear what your intentions to be. So I was sending this to you as a representative. what are the objectives of our regional offices here in Lagos? If when someone enters in, you are going to require the person to go back to their own premise. I started the process of renewing my license that has expired. I had all the documents, all the payment was made. But these guys are saying, let's go back to your premise and meet up with you. Thank you.
Wait a second, that is for Nema. Thank you. Especially on approach.
Yes, thank you for raising that concern. Which facility is this? Thank you for raising that concern. Of course, I don't want to discuss it as a group here. I want us to discuss it one-on-one. Was I in that group?
But I don't have this.
You know they are facing. So let's have that conversation after. Although that isn't how it should be, we shall have that discussion.
Thank you. Then there's a quality, internal quality, led by principles and laws. And so, we take note of that and we appreciate your feedback.
Yeah, I think we are coming to an end, but I will not leave to comment on an issue of restrictions. The approach, yes, sometimes the approach can depend on the restriction. But the law is very clear for us as an entity or as a regulator. We are supposed to follow what the law says. When we reach the premise or when we are getting to the facility, we are expected to follow certain procedures. And when our teams come, they are expected to identify themselves. They identify, we are given cards. Make sure. When the members come to the facility, because we want to do away with the masqueraders, we've also had challenges in some places where masqueraders have gone to facilities like petrol stations, masquerading that they are members of Nema, and they have done so many bad things that have affected the image of the organization. We all have identity cards, and you'll find them, those identity cards are clearly labeled, National Environment Management Authority, and then the picture of the person and the title, with even all this. That is the first thing you can actually ask these members to identify themselves. If you doubt the members, you can quickly, after getting to know their names, you can, if you doubt them, you can call actually the headquarters to find out whether these are the right staff or not. But it is not acceptable by law to deny if they are inspectors. They have come to inspect the facility, and then when you deny them access, it is also against the law. So where there is a need to verify, you can inquire. Of course, if it is a team from the regional office, you can, if you're doubting them, you can call the headquarters. But for those who are coming from headquarters, they will always come through the regional office. That's the coordination. No person from the center comes to place here without the notice or without coordinating with the regional offices. So always check IDs, and then you can see this kind of. And in most cases, they put on those inspectors, you know, they are some level of identity, which is really, really very important for all of us. And it is better where there is a challenge, get to the next. You can inquire, and we shall always give you the right information. We do not encourage people who will come to the facility, and if they get anything and they begin asking for any other kitu kidogo, it is not allowed. I have to be very clear on that. It is not allowed. Or trying to manipulate ways and then begin asking for kitu kidogo from the facilities is not allowed. So if there is anything you're not happy with, you can get to us. We have a number of, we can even, as we live here, we can leave you with a number of contacts, and then we shall be communicating. But we trust the team that is at the region because they represent the headquarters. Whatever is happening here is actually a representation of what happens at the headquarters. So kindly work with us, work with the teams, and ensure that we comply and we make our country a better country and we have sustainable development. Thank you. As we come to the close, yes.
Thank you. I think on the issue of inspection, enforcement, at the district also we have been gazetted as environmental inspectors. Personally, me, I was gazetted, I think, 10 years ago. So I was given the identity card like that. But I think it got expired. Now I am asking Nema, am I still in position to go for enforcement and I don't have something to identify myself? Would I be rejected by these premises also to enter?
The law is already clear. As already our facilitator said, environment management is a decentralized function. And the provisions are there where you actually, as a lead agency, you conserve the environment and natural resources in your area of jurisdiction in trust of the people of Uganda. You're actually implementing the laws of Uganda. You're implementing and you're taking care of conserving these resources in trust of the people of Uganda. So you're empowered. Where you find you go to the facility and people are violating, abusing the environment, work with the regional offices. Get the police, arrest them. As long as there is evidence, arrest them. You're empowered. And our regional manager is here, work with him. Let these guys be arrested and prosecuted. We have the legal team. You do not need to worry about the legal team. As long as you see the abuse, you try to talk to them, they are not complying, work with the regional office, we get the forces, pick them, take them, and put the case against them. That is it. And the law is very clear. For us, our work with you, all of us, let's follow the law. Period. We shall manage. And those who say they are what? No, let's follow the law. We shall manage. Yeah. Someone has something there? Give him the microphone.
Yes, thank you so much. My concerns are about sewage. In most cases, when we are in offices, we receive very many guests. Especially from be it UNDS, city people, but the way in which they release their waste, it might fume the whole place. And this one here attracts some people. to the innocent companies. This is an issue that has been going on. We may not mention the companies, but we just request. We don't know whether it is the Nema team that is in charge of this. Because for us, when they come, they ask, how are you people managing the waste? We direct them. You have a septic tank, this and this, it's done. But then now, when the neighbors, they release, almost everyone wants to run away. And the guests that come, they always say, it is you, and yet you're not the one. So how are we going to manage this? Because if you are going to follow the law, then the law has to apply to almost everyone. There are some people who are managing, there are some people who are not. I will not mention the company, but this is an issue that needs to be taken care of. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for raising. The good thing, you already know the people who are polluting. You know the facilities that are polluting. The only thing now, work with the teams here, show the teams that this is where the problem is coming. And then you can even whistleblow, because there is a law that provides for whistleblowing. You can whistleblow with evidence, and then the team that takes enforcement will take the team that looks at issues of compliance will swing into action. There's no problem with that, as long as you know. You can whistleblow if you don't want to be known. Whistleblow to the regional office here, and then they will take the action. They just want to name them.
Yes, thank you once again. Mine also goes to Nema. We are in a society where you find development competes a lot with the economy. You have to balance finance and compliance. In that, I would like to request Nema if they also have an idea of bringing support facilities, preferably to this region, so that maybe as they are implementing the law, the support facilities can help the industries to handle their waste, or maybe their chemicals that could have been expired or out of use to be disposed of appropriately. Because you cannot say you're going to implement the law without a support facility. Thank you.
Yes, I was also struggling to find. So the issue here is, are you talking of general waste or the hazardous waste, the facilitator was talking about? Because if it is like the hazardous waste, then
not held up. Green Label is one of the service providers that we have licensed, particularly to transport medical waste. So if they are working with Ministry of Health, they will support them in initial operation, I believe, of this facility. But they are not the only countrywide known service providers, especially for transportation of medical waste. I know there is, besides Green Label, there's one that comes to the north, that is you say it's the only one that comes to the north. Koinao does not come to the north. It doesn't. In the west. Okay, so we need to diversify. We need to increase that, especially the provision of that service. With that, I beg to submit.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam. What the industry people are failing to be open about is some of them have the purification or the treatment plants So most of the people are actually being enforced or they are visited on wastewater because most of their waste they get out the water and take it to the wetlands. So you may not find the faces with Isaac, but they are with us at the water resource management. So if you don't find the faces with Isaac, just come up, you'll find the faces with water resource management, just in case he comes to the office and doesn't see the people who came to him. But I think it is at times we talk about Nema and this other side, but we forget that we also have the wastewater, and which all of you have. All the industries have wastewater. You use it to cool, you use it for your domestic purposes, and you just dump it anyhow. So that is where you get caught in most cases and accuse Nema instead of the Ministry of Water, the DWR here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Just to clarify further, when it comes to waste management, the regulation to manage wastewater, because now we need to create this. Exactly. The solid waste management is a standalone regulation, and there is a whole regulation on effluent management. The National Environment Standards for Discharge of Effluent into Water or Land 2020 regulations 2020. So that gives obligations to any generator, any producer of wastewater to ensure that all the requirements, all the criteria set in, the limits set in the regulation are met before they are discharged. Now the interesting thing with the wastewater regulation is that there are other authorizations that you need. It's not just the Asia, because when you're going to establish a waste treatment facility, that to enable you obtain the wastewater to the required standard before discharge. So that wastewater treatment facility, if initially was not subjected to the initial area of the facility, it will be required that it goes through a separate environment social impact assessment. And before you operate that wastewater treatment plant, you are additionally required to obtain a license to own and operate that wastewater plant. Okay? Now, those are directly issued by Nema too. Then the permission to discharge into the environment is given again by another permission, which is now a permit, which is issued directly by our mother ministry. That is the permit to discharge wastewater, treated wastewater into the environment. So when you see this cross-cutting, like different agencies and different players coming from time to time, you know that we have that kind of obligation, that calls for different stakeholders to come into play. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that has brought us to the end of the day. Let's appreciate ourselves. Asante sana. Thank you so much. In a special way, we want to appreciate our facilitator who has taken us deep into the technical issues. Thank you so much for your time and then the critical insights. But in a special way also, we want to extend our appreciation to all of you. This has been a very attentive team of people. Asante sana. Thank you. We do not take your time for granted. We appreciate the time that you sacrifice, but also we appreciate your contributions to the environment in the country. Let's keep it burning. Let's continue. I know it is a hassle, but we have to continue with the fight. Tomorrow, already the facilitator hinted that we need by We need by half of the day to be done. So can we agree when we should start in the morning? By show of hands, can we say 8:30? Would 8:30 be okay?
Yes.
8:30? 9 o'clock? 8:30? I think that's the majority. Thank you so much. So let's start at 8:30 in the morning so that we are supported to go through the content that is remaining, and then we close by noon or by half of the day. We should be closing. Thank you so much. As we leave this place, may we humble ourselves and we pray. Thank you, Father, for the deliberations that we've had here. Thank you for our facilitator. Thank you for our participants. Thank you for the leadership. We pray at this time that whatever we have discussed here, Father, should yield the positive results for the implementation and the betterment of environment in this country. As we live here, Father, be in front of us. Protect each and every person here. We break the powers of accidents along the way. We break the powers of interference along the way. We pray everybody should reach safely and come back here safely tomorrow. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you so much.